Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait a prurient way. It's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance or we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait a prurient way. It's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur, yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Deadlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we're making our stand. Just hold us in your hand, and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse Our readers are Indy opens each day. Online clickbait a prurient way. It's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. Editorial comment for a buck or two. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal scenes, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. Well, ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are Indy opens each day. Online clickbait a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. pictures too. Editorial coming for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans. We're here every day, so give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans, we're here every day. So give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay. Not even hookers give it away. Advertising, metastasizing, newsroom shrinking, constant attrition. We'll ride the dinosaur. We'll ride the dinosaur. Dinosaur. Headlines, bylines, pictures too. An editorial comment for $1 or $2. Fire down the block, the murder next door. And now we wonder what it's all for. Social media coming free to you, funny pages, the mayor's wages, criminal seats, corruption schemes, ink state wretches asking tough questions. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. The presses are running all through the night. We're printing the truth with all of our might. We're platform agnostics, got that interweb too. Buy an ad, see what we can do. We still have subscribers, still have our fans, we're here every day. So give us a chance and we'll make an art stand. Just hold us in your hand and we'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. For hundreds of years we've brought you the news. Printed the info, we gave you the clues. Owners' profits were always sky high. Changing market now threatens our lives. Post-literation, critical reading, dumbed down nation, signs of inbreeding. TV sucking ideas from our head. Public discourse just about dead. We'll ride the dinosaur. Yeah, ride the dinosaur. Our readers are in the opens each day. Online clickbait, a prurient way. There's free information here to stay.
All right. Hey, welcome back to the Valley Indy 2026 Great Give Marathon live stream. My name is Eugene Driscoll of valleyindy.org, and that is Jasmine Wright. Hello, Jasmine.
Hello, I am Jasmine Wright, and it looks like we're missing name tags. I don't know how that happened, but we had them up until now, or maybe I'm just not seeing them on my screen.
Maybe it's because we have a banner that's static.
Maybe. In any case, we are back. We have another 4-ish hours of interviews and programming ahead of us in the second leg of our 2026 live stream marathon.
Who's coming up at 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
Dare I ask?
Coming up in 9 minutes are Dave Perch and Danny Stafferi of the Connecticut Hurricanes, New England's all ages drum corps based right here in Seymour. And then I'm very excited to talk with them. We also have a short excerpt from their show last year, which we're going to be able to show on stream, which will be very fun. Then at 3 p.m., we have Christina Walton from the Seymour Oxford Food Bank. We pre-recorded an interview with her. We're going to go ahead and air that at 3 p.m. And that's, she's a great guest. We had her here last year, and she's back. And also got a shout out earlier from Jim Gilday, a great organization. At 3,
I wouldn't have had her on if I knew she knew Jim Gilday. Just kidding.
Yeah, I have to say, you said that was going to be a prank call. That was awfully nice for a prank call.
Well, I mean, it's the local news prank call. You know, what do you want? I'm actually going to make that. I thought there was going
to be some more slander, some more vitriol.
I'm going to make your Connecticut Hurricanes YouTube thing. Are you planning to share that from YouTube or?
Yeah, that was the plan. So maybe we make it public.
I'm going to make it public just to be safe.
Okay, gotcha. So at 3 p.m. we'll have that going on, and also between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. So not yet, but in an hour or so there will be the Getting Ready Prize, where any Valley-based organization with at least 25 donors between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. can get an extra $1,000. That is a prize, I believe, from the VCF.
But let me interrupt, because 2 o'clock is rapidly approaching. It's 1:53 p.m. There is a prize available right now. It started at 12, but hey, maybe we could get lucky. So those inclined, any organization receiving at least one donation between 12 and 2, that's 7 minutes from now, could win an extra $500 or $1,000. It's called the Lunch Hour Double Draw. So if you want to support local news, you want to support the Valley Indy, please go to donate.valleyindy.org. If you do so right now, you can put us in line to possibly win an extra $500 or $1,000. That's Community Foundation for Greater New Haven.
That prize wraps up in 6 minutes.
Yep.
So that's coming up fast. And so continuing on later this afternoon at 4 p.m., we're going to have a nice interview that we're going to air with the Derby High School valedictorian and salutatorian, pre-recorded Q&A session. That'll be a fun one. We sort of have a jam-packed hour, because right at 4:30 p.m., we're going to have Sanaya Henry from Traveler on a Mission. She's going to stop by on call, and we're going to interview her. And then...
Is she calling by phone, in person, or...
like... virtual interviews, video
gotcha.
call, same way we've done most of these. And then at 5 p.m., also via video, we're gonna have Jen Stewart, who's going to talk all things Ansonia Library. I know they've had a busy year, and along with the Traveling Toys Library partnership, which we'll get to ask about. And there will be some prizes available then as well. 6 p.m., we're going to take off for dinner. And then 7 p.m. tonight, we will be back with the second consecutive edition of Valley Indy Live News Trivia.
Lawsuit territory. We are going to get sued.
Right. And it's going to be on a call-in basis. We will ask questions. First caller to successfully answer our questions will win a Valley Indy coffee mug.
And I should say we do have the technology to, if anyone Googles or searches the site, we will have you eliminated. You have to know the answer or not. No cheating.
Yes.
That's not true.
Oh, I tuned out for a second.
But at 1:30 p.m. Oh, what did you blow another interview? Did you forget to send out another invite? Is that what's going on? Remember, I don't know if anybody was paying close attention to part 1. We streamed for 5 hours and 49 minutes, and at about the 5 hour 47 mark, I said something to Jasmine, and she didn't respond at all. And she's like, "Oh, I zoned out for a second." Well, no, it turns out
I messed up an interview schedule.
Forgot to invite somebody.
Yes, but it has been.
See what I got to put? I got my own people working against me.
Yes, intentional sabotage. I am a deep state agent or something like that.
As of 1:30 p.m., I wrote this while I was waiting for my burger next door at Jimmy's place. We were about 30% toward our $10,000 goal, donate.valleyindy.org. We're still climbing that hill. What is that song from Stranger Things?
Stranger Things?
Kate Bush.
This song's been around for so much longer than that.
Nobody knew it until Stranger Things.
That's not true. That's not true. I was listening
get out of here.
I've never watched
see The Godfather Part 2?
That song.
You ever see The Godfather Part 2?
No.
You ever see The Wizard of Oz?
Yeah, I've seen The Wizard of Oz. I lived in Kansas for 4 years.
Probably the remake. But anyway, let's go check to see how we're doing. That was 1:30, and now it's 1:57.
Swap our places.
If we
could make a deal with God. Yeah, I know that song. All right.
Got a couple of new donors. So now we were at 30% as of 1:30. Now is 1:57. We're 34% of the way there. So baby steps towards that goal. So far, thank you to everyone who's donated. $3,369 raised of our $10,000 goal. We've had 40 donors, 40 people giving to a tiny media outlet, right? Come on now. Recent donors, Robert Rasuti. I apologize if I'm messing up that last name. I probably am, but probably should know how to pronounce a well-known person's name, but I don't. $100. Thank you so much. Linda Fusco from the city of Derby. Thank you very much for your donation. We have an anonymous donation. Then we have Kathy Moran, an old standby. Thank you for joining us once again, Kathy. She said, oh, yeah, you can write a note in these things. I forgot. Thankful that we still have you to turn to for integrity and consistency in reporting. That's very nice to say. Thank you very much for that. Teresa Conroy and Ellen Logidis. What do you think, Jasmine?
I would have said legitimacy, but I don't know. I'm not completely sure.
Okay, I apologize. But they donated. Thank you very much for your donation to help keep the lights on so that our fourth rail of democracy doesn't die. Cheryl Grosbach. We got a Ron Skurat. We got Frank Tishka, who we read earlier, Barbara Jean Garofalo, and Kimberly Magda. So thank you very much to everyone who's donated so far. You can go to donate.valleyindy.org if you want to help out a local media site. And let me get rid of our stuff. So we're going to hide our QR code. And that's a comment that I did right there. I ate a hamburger earlier, and this person said, nice, now I want one, maybe after work. All right, everyone's eating hamburgers. Let me stop sharing the screen. And Jasmine?
Yes.
Well, it's 1:59.
1:59,
so,
yeah.
Our next guest, this is your strength. What is that called? Your wheelhouse. Yeah, as a musician and stuff like that. So you arranged this one. So I'm just going to sit back and shut up for a little bit. And of course, our next guest they're from the Connecticut Hurricanes, very well known. I follow them on social media, and I believe you said they're based here in Seymour. So have at it, Jasmine.
Will do. And I'm very excited to welcome our next guest, Danny Stafari from from the Connecticut Hurricanes, as you said. And see, it's 1:59. I'll go ahead and bring you on here in just a moment. Really great drum corps organization, all ages. I believe the only all ages drum corps in New England. And when I bring you on here in a moment, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Great organization, had a really exciting season last year, and it is now 2 p.m. Welcome to the stage, Danny Staferi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Is Dave Perch joining us today or not?
I believe so. He's a school teacher, so he might be running a little bit late, getting out of classes and stuff.
Gotcha. So tell us about the Connecticut Hurricanes. I kind of gave a very brief overview, but who are you? What do you do? How's your year going?
So far, so good. We're a nonprofit 501c3 drum and bugle corps. And yes, we are the only senior drum and bugle corps that's, senior, which is, you can't really say that anymore. We're an all-age drum corps now. We had to, we switched over to joining Drum Corps International, and we used to compete in an exclusively DCA exclusive senior alliance. But you know how things go. The bigger groups get swallowed up by the littler groups, and we found more shows availability for us to go to because, you know, it's getting harder and harder to run our organization with the prices of things today. So DCI is kind of taking us under their wing, and along with that comes challenges of now having, instead of going out to like Rochester, New York, we have to figure out how to get about 120 kids to Indianapolis, Indiana. We compete at the Lucas Oil Stadium. That's where they have their championships. So it's pretty insane that they actually take over the whole stadium. So, you know, those are, you know, and we're based out of Seymour. Again, we have all ages, we have kids, we have adults. It's a pretty fantastic organization. I've been a part of it now for about 34 years. I've been here, me and my wife were kids in the drum corps, and we've joined through, you know, I joined because my wife was in the color guard, and now I've been in there now, you know, I've been through marching through many years onto management, did almost all the management positions except the big boss stuff, the directors and stuff. But now I'm on the board of directors, and I try to support everybody down below me as much as I possibly can.
Wonderful. And so you're on the board of directors, and just looping everyone in, we also have Dave Perch here. Hello, welcome.
Hi.
Who are you? What is your role in the Connecticut Hurricanes?
Yeah, I'm the executive director for the Hurricanes. So I kind of oversee all of our programming on a regular basis. You know, from hiring the staff to helping with membership and recruiting, planning the budget. You know, and a lot of times I like to focus on what can we do to make sure that our members are getting a good experience, that they're getting a good education, that they're having fun doing it, and that everyone on the team is kind of doing their part to make it all happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have a fundraising goal this year? Do you have a number you're trying to hit? Is there any particular prizes that you're going for? Anything you're seeking to use the Great Give for?
Yeah, I guess there's a couple things. So we were very fortunate this year to have the son of a past board member who put up a matching prize towards a scholarship fund. So that money is going towards, you know, any of our youth and young adult members that need a little help to pay for it. I think when I joined, Danny was kind of saying it's gotten expensive, and we take a trip across the country out to Indianapolis. We feed the kids for the week. We, you know, have places for them to stay, paying for buses. All of those things, and we want to make sure that everyone can participate. There's a lot that comes from, you know, a lot of good that comes from music and performing arts education, and people getting to do something that they're passionate about, and we don't want to see anybody, you know, kind of lose out on that ability to participate. So we did have like I said, a matching donation from the son of a past board member towards that. So we are hoping that we could match that with another $5,000 or more. In terms of like I think you asked about kind of the prizes. Obviously any prize we get is is welcome. A lot of them are kind of the random draw prizes. So anyone who's able to contribute, it all helps. Because we're a membership-based group and we have 100+ people involved, they all have an individual page set up. So we're hoping that maybe we hit one of the peer-to-peer fundraising prizes.
Wonderful. And yeah, running a drum corps is not cheap. Participating in one, sort of famously, is not cheap. But it's, there are scholarships that exist to hopefully fill some of that gap. At the same time, I'm sorry. The Connecticut Hurricanes sort of occupy this space where, like, you are very much a serious arts organization. You went to Indianapolis last year and performed a show, which I was very lucky to be able to virtually watch. Great show, wonderfully put together. And at the same time, it's maybe not quite as intense of an experience as some of the other drum corps, like, the Blue Knights or whatever, or Blue Coats, so on and so forth. It's a little more welcoming. It's all ages. It's I believe it's year-round and a little less expensive. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what membership looks like. What does the season look like? Is there do you have an on-season and off-season? If someone is interested in participating, what sort of commitment can they expect?
Yeah, so there are some groups that it's a full summer everyday commitment. We are kind of a nice middle ground that we get to perform across the region. We go out to Indianapolis and perform at Lucas Oil Stadium. But we kind of have a more manageable time frame where it's a weekends only approach. So a lot of our members are college kids and they can work in the summer. They can work Monday through Friday and then spend their Saturdays and Sundays with us. We start with kind of an audition phase in the winter, in like Thanksgiving time in November, and basically practice once a month. And then now about this time of year, kind of mid-April, we start practicing every weekend. And we'll practice Saturdays and Sundays from now and through August. In June, on the 27th, we have the Barnum Festival show in Shelton. That's kind of our one local show. And then we basically have a travel performance in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, every Saturday between then and August 10th.
Wonderful. And I was hoping, you mentioned Indianapolis. I was hoping to play a short clip, actually, which I'll share here in just a moment, of the show that you performed there last year. I was referring to the show a moment ago, but this was titled The Black Parade, and we've clipped about a minute of it. So I'm going to swap over now, and then I'll ask you about it afterwards. One moment. So this is, let's see. Is that visible for you, Eugene?
It's yes, and just make it full screen there on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Bam, there you go.
Great.
Looks like the volume's up. Yep, it's working.
So that was about a minute and a half of the show from last year. So the show is called The Black Parade. Could you talk a little bit about the concept, about just sort of the show itself? Oh wait, is my audio?
Yeah, so
No, you're good. Dave was muted. He's fine now.
Sorry.
It's all good.
I thought Dave ran off the screen because he noticed something, like maybe a point he was deducting in his head. Oh no, that would have misstepped. I can't watch. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Last year's show, we used music from, the Black Parade, amongst a couple other songs, and the members really bought into having kind of a popular song that they knew that they could really jam out with, that you could kind of walk away humming from, and that was kind of the big thing last year. We wanted to make sure that we picked some music that was going to be friendly for the members, that they would be able to have a fun performing. Dan, anything you want to add?
Yeah, it was pretty funny because I remember when Black Parade came out by My Chemical Romance a long time ago, and 20 years ago, if we ever mentioned it as when we were younger, said, hey, that'd be a great drum corps show, they would have threw you out of there. And back then, so now it's kind of funny, 20 years later, what's old is new again. And, I think we try to pick the movie that can give the best presentation of the drum corps that we have and tell a story. There's some shows that you can try to pick that if you're not big enough, it's probably not good enough for you to pull off. Where we try to, we try to find something that's right in our wheelhouse, and kind of the kids get to enjoy the little old, the little new. It's something that you're teaching them and training them for something that's fun. Like if they're having fun when they're doing, they don't even realize they're being taught and trained. The discipline factor that goes through the drum corps is a step above a local marching band show. You know what I mean? Like we only have a limited time to learn the show. So when you get there, there's no messing around. We don't have time to joke around on the field and play the games that some of the kids do. So I think that draws a lot of members to us as well because they want to take it seriously,
And then I'm Eugene. I'm the noob here. Jasmine's the expert. One thing I noticed in that video, there were the guys on the bottom of the screen talking into tape recorders, and it took me back to I was in the marching band, in 1989,
right.
where I grew up, and those are the judges, right? Those are the big bad intimidating judges, right? And does that when people are out there marching? I mean, the work that goes into that performance we just saw for a minute has to be incredible. Is there any nerves when those guys with the judges are going around? They ever throw you off?
Yeah, I mean, in the past, they used to be on the field with us.
Okay.
Like, we'd be running all over the field. They'd be darting in and out of you. They'd be sneaking up on you. They'd be listening to you like an individual. And if you're not trained for that kind of stuff, either it's fight or flight. You either play or you choke. And they judge you on a lot of that stuff. And the hard part for us is that we work, all the drum corps work as hard as they possibly can. And I always say, when you come off the field, you're totally proud of your group. The excitement level is there, and then the score comes out, and then you're like, ugh, So it's kind of like I love drum corps until the number comes out because then it's like it's hard. You're a proud parent. You know what I'm saying? This is your organization. This is what you do. And then they have but that's what you sign up for. When you go out there, it kind of gets validity to the thing. It kind of teaches us. It's a moving scale that we're judged on, kind of thing. So it's more education. I learned so much more through what I've done, even to get me to the point of where it was today. Like when I marched, there was no dancing. Thank God for that. But now there's dancing for these kids. Like they literally do exactly what the color guard does, the drum line does, the horn line does, and even the kids in the front ensemble have choreography now.
Oh,
so
no
it's definitely flourished into a sport. And I try to tell everybody, the athlete factor of it is could you imagine, when you play football, basketball, baseball, lacrosse, whatever it is, you have a specific job to do. Now imagine doing that specific job while performing and playing and being judged on it as well. So, and not every kid can be an athlete. Not every person knows to do sports, but what we provide is for you to be an athlete with this drum corps. When you come off the field, you feel like you're Superman when you get that crowd applause. So it's heartbreaking. It's exciting. It's every emotion that you could possibly get put into it. And for me, watching the kids do it, like when I started marching, half of these kids weren't even born yet.
Mm.
And like my son's been through it. He's 27 years old. He was there at 5 years old helping sell T-shirts with my wife back in the day. So this is how, we're all in. We sacrifice a lot for these kids. And, unfortunately, when you got to, again, until the number comes out, the price tag for us to do what we got to do kind of holds us back sometimes to some of the things that we could do for the kids. Like horns are about, I would say, over $100,000 if we had to replace our horn line. Drums were $30,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. The front ensemble, one piece of mallet equipment's almost $11,000.
Yeah, the prices are brutal. And I want to talk about another part of the team real quick. First of all, loved the show. It's I think the finale of it, which we didn't get to show, but the finale of it, it is just "Welcome to the Black Parade" by My Chemical Romance, and that's a song and an album that I grew up with. It's I listened to a lot of that, and "The Wall" by Pink Floyd, which is what the Black Parade was inspired by. In a lot
I
of
was
ways.
here pretending I know what My Chemical Romance is. I feel like the old guy.
No,
You guys are all hip.
I grew up on it. That was throughout middle and high school. I still listen to it to this day. It's a wonderful album. But I did notice in the show, you had these big horses that were moving around, these big props and these ramps. And I wanted to ask, who designs these? Who puts them together? What sorts of work goes into that part of the show? Who's making the choreography?
Well, I think it's a team effort. We knew what we wanted when they picked the show, and I believe we actually purchased those props from another band that actually used them. So we repurposed, because they were, if you had to make them from scratch, that would have been about $10,000. And the other props and the ramps and all that stuff, we were kind of built in my backyard. We kind of come together, figure out how a little ways to kind of put things together and stuff like that. And the staff has concepts in them. The staff picks out what they're going to look like, where they're going to be on the field, and then the choreographers that Dave hires are the ones that put it all together. So it's definitely, you want to talk about a trickle down effect. Kind of it's everything. Like we are all part of it. The management, the board, the members, the parents. All of that. It's like, it's one big family that we try to create anyways.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a lot of people, do a lot of your marchers return year after year? Or is it a pretty new cast of people each year?
I think it depends sometimes from year to year, but usually about half are returning members. We're fortunate that last year, I think we had 7 members that earned, we do like a 5-year recognition. And we had 7 members last year that earned that. And this year, I think we have 3 people that are going to be earning their 10-year recognition. And that's kind of special. Like Danny talked about, kind of the culture and friendship camaraderie before. And when we get somebody who's been around for 5 and 10 years, they really help build that. And they stick around because they love it. They have fun performing, and they have fun with all the, everything else that goes on. It's a thrill when you get on the field in front of a big crowd, and it's also fun, all the little jokes that happen in the downtime, all the little stories of, who said what, who did what, and, that time when I don't know, whatever happened. But it's
the guy
like,
with the bass drum tripped. That looked really
exactly.
difficult.
Well, and it's pretty funny too, because a lot of us consider each other family. Where if I know when my family is, if they're ever watching this, will probably say I haven't seen him in like 40 years, but the kids around the drum corps see me on a weekly basis. It's where my heart is. It gave me everything I needed when I was 21 years old. I always wanted a bigger family. It was just me and my brother. I went there. Next thing I know, within 5 years, I felt like I had 120 brothers and sisters. Some of these people that I've marched with. Like I remember Dave when he came in from high school, and many directors have been kids along the way, and now some of them still come back and cook for the Corps. Some of them come back and help give out water, parade, stuff like that. So, I mean, we could always use more help. I mean, we always need as much as possible, but, the people that do come back are greatly appreciated.
And you had mentioned the Barnum Festival coming up. I was wondering, for your show this year, do you have a theme that you're going with?
We do. I'll give you a little bit of a sneak peek. We haven't shared the full thing publicly yet, but today's as good a day as any. In kind of good Hurricanes tradition, this year's show theme is going to be the storm, and it basically is going to kind of act out through the music the destruction of a hurricane. So it's going to be kind of the storm hitting. We'll have the calm eye of the storm, and then a little bit more of kind of the storm returning, and then it's going to end with something kind of hopefully a triumphant emotion, as kind of symbolizing the rebuild after a storm comes through.
Wonderful. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
and it's pretty funny because we're from Seymour, Connecticut, and 2 years ago, right after championships, we had that big flood up in the valley, and it fell on the same. It fell, I think, 50 years from 1955, I believe, is when the Hurricanes got their name. So it's pretty scary. You know what I mean? How it kind of just dropped almost 50 years into the valley again.
We're right around the corner from the Seymour Fire Department. They're going to a call somewhere. I assume something's going on at Route 8. So apologies if you heard any noise in the background, but yeah.
Right. And it's, I mean, that's sort of one of the powers of art, is just to take these really terrible things and sort of highlight the triumphant rebuilding at the end of it. I remember when I was in high school, one of the shows we marched, it was themed around Pearl Harbor, and it was really hard to spin a positive out of that. But it's, it was a show that we ended up being really proud of and excited to hear more and see more from this one. What else do you have coming up? Barnum Festival, right? I think there's also a Veterans Appreciation concert. Something.
Yeah, we're having that this weekend at Seymour Middle School. What we try to do is, we know what Seymour offers us and how we're very grateful of it. So we try to do as many community things as we possibly can. As I find it hard to be when you're a 401c3 and you try to do everything you can for your kids. It's kind of hard to branch out into other things. And this year, like we volunteered for the Seymour Food Bank. We've used our truck to we have a small little box truck that we use. We picked up some food for the food bank. As long as we can help, we try to help out. We also we do I think a walk a mile in their shoes for the I think down in Fairfield. We did that for them as well. And we're going to try to do a veterans concert for the American Legion and the VFW in Seymour, and all the proceeds go towards to help them out, because they're getting harder and harder to pay their bills. Not too many people are joining the American Legion, joining the VFW these days. And if we could get, and they've been great to us. They let us use their facilities, just for practicing, and they let us use for sleeping and stuff like that for out-of-state members. So, I mean, they give back, and we try to help them as well. So, and, it's something we've been doing for about 7 or 8 years now, maybe even longer now, Dave, right?
Yeah, I think this is the 7th year, I think. So it's Saturday night at Seymour Middle School, 6 to 9:30 or so. I think we have 7 groups that are coming. So it's an indoor concert in the auditorium. If anyone's around, should be a lot of fun.
Nice.
Wonderful. And it's, you mentioned the partnership with the Seymour Oxford Food Bank, and that I forget who I was talking to, but it was someone who runs one of the food bank organizations. It might have been Christina Walton from Seymour Oxford Food Bank. But whoever I was talking to mentioned, I had asked, do you need volunteers? What do you need volunteers to do? And someone just mentioned, hey, we need people who can lift things. We need people who can do physical labor. And I had never really thought of that as sort of being an acute need, but I imagine there has to probably be a wealth of that if you're in the middle of a season where you are, putting yourself through these physical demands every weekend to put together a show like this. Sort of a ramble, sort of a tangent, but very cool partnerships that you have going on. Very cool involvement with the community, and very cool events coming up. I look forward to seeing what comes out of the hurricane season this year.
And I just want to say real quick, support any music program you guys can. We're finding it harder and harder to the membership and stuff like that are kids playing musical instruments are cut out at the grammar school level now. I mean, and it's with the economy the way it is today, and it's really hard for people. But the music is definitely taking a hit, and I try to pride ourselves as that light for a kid that wants to do marching band that doesn't have the marching band at their school. That we would love to get them and train them and give them the experience that they've always been looking for.
Absolutely. And it's I mean, the overhead on getting involved in music can be a little crazy, like first getting into it, but speaking personally, there are a lot of benefits to it. I've done music for most of my life, and it's helped me tremendously, even personally. Eugene, did you have any other questions that you wanted to ask? Or
No, I'm good. This was a great interview. I learned a lot, and the link to donate to the Connecticut Hurricanes is in the live chat. If you are watching this live, it's also, you can find it on thegreatgive.org to support this organization, or you can go to valleyindy.org, look under extra, and we have links to every Valley participating nonprofit, including the Hurricanes.
Support arts and music education. Anything else you want to add, Danny or Dave?
I guess just a quick thank you to anyone who supports us, anybody who shows up, to watch us. Anybody who volunteers. Like, it doesn't happen without everyone. It takes a village, and we appreciate everyone, for supporting us and helping out.
And if you're looking for something to do on a good Saturday afternoon or a Sunday afternoon, we practice over in Seymour. We practice up at Matthews Field. Come out. You want to set up a couple chairs, lay out a blanket, have the kids come and watch something. We enjoy having, the more eyes on us, the better the kids perform. So don't be a stranger.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful rest of your great give. And I'm going to kick you off the screen here in a moment, but thank you again for joining. And
all right. Good job with that interview. Yeah. Good stuff.
I'm also going to, Oh, it looks like they've removed themselves, but I was about to unceremoniously kick them, as you say.
Yeah.
But
there's some weird lag when people let themselves out. It still shows up on our end for a little bit.
Yeah, but great to have them here. Connecticut Hurricanes, always a joy to speak with. I always enjoy the inside baseball. I did a lot of marching band growing up, and the benefits for me were tremendous. Music is a very important part of my life, and music education is cool. It gets kids involved with other people. I think it was the first real community I ever had throughout a lot of my public school experience. And it's cool stuff. Yeah,
that
video they make cool art at the end of the day. We showed a video earlier from their show last year, which you can scrub back and watch if you missed it. But it's cool art that they create.
And watching that video, seeing those guys talking into the tape recorders, I was like, oh yeah, I haven't thought about that since 1992. But yeah, you'd go and perform, and there'd be the judges literally judging you. And of course, I don't know, you mess up and you're like, oh, we didn't notice that. But,
I was surprised to hear they don't run on the field anymore, because that's even in the YouTube videos I watched growing up, they'd still be, you'd have your lines and they'd be running up in between them.
Somebody sued, probably. Somebody got hurt.
Yeah, maybe it was a COVID change. Maybe that was the social distancing compromise.
Maybe. So, up next, I guess at the top of the hour, 3 p.m., it's our first pre-taped interview, right?
Yes. That is with the aforementioned Christina Walton of the Seymour Oxford Food Bank, who, I said before, always a great interview guest, runs a very wonderful organization that's meeting really important needs both here in Seymour and as well as in Oxford. So that'll be good.
The need for food pantries. Food insecurity
hasn't gone down.
Still very much a thing, yeah. As it costs us $17,000 to fill a Hyundai Excel.
Right.
It's rough out there. It's rough on them streets.
Yes, everything is expensive. What is gas right now? It was like $4.50 last I checked. I've just been avoiding driving whenever possible.
Yeah, something like that.
I think I filled up my car in 2 or 3 weeks.
I mean, yeah, that's one thing. Like, it's nice sort of working local. You know, my wife has to commute every day, and it's expensive. Yeah. So, and the next, you mentioned this, I think earlier. Oh, there's a Valley Community Foundation sponsored. I guess sponsor's the right word. Prize coming up in the 3 p.m. hour. This is a wild one. So they're turning 25 years old, the Valley Community Foundation. So the prize, it's called the Getting Ready Prize. Any Valley-based organization with at least 25 donors between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. could get an extra $1,000. So we do have over 20,000 people who follow us on Facebook. If 25 of you get together between 3 and 4 and throw a couple of bucks to donate.valleyindy.org, you could qualify and possibly get another $1,000 thanks to the Getting Ready Prize from the Valley Community Foundation. And we're going to have 2 pre-taped in a row because, we're going to actually schedule already changed.
She's going to be stopping in, Tanea Henry at 4:30 will be stopping in live.
So that's good. So 4 p.m. we're going to have my interview with the Derby valedictorian, Derby High School class of 2026, valedictorian and salutatorian. So they were good. It's always fun to, sometimes like you forget. Me as old man local news reporter, like when I first got into like writing, I wrote at a weekly paper, and sometimes they would send us to these seminars. You'd get to hear people from Pointers speak, and a lot in those days it was all about like how you wrote and story structure and the lead and the nut graph. It was kind of technical. I think a lot of that, I don't know, or maybe it's just because I'm so far away from it, but it's sort of been thrown out because now in the age of the internet, it's like whatever. Hey, what can you fit here? So where was I going with that? I don't know. What the heck are we talking about? Donate.valleyindy.org if you lose your train of thought.
We were talking about perspective and the high school interviews. The angle I was...
Oh, I know. Yeah. Wait, I got it. Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you for triggering my memory. But it is nice every once in a while. Like the standard cliched assignment used to be like, open up a phone book. Back when, I guess we are going back a ways. Open up a phone book, point to a random name, and write a story about that person. Find out what's interesting about them. It was that kind of stuff. And, now it's like scream at people on Facebook all day. There's 2 persons. Raise $10,000. It's very much different now. So it was nice to slow down for a second there and just interview 2 graduating students who've done very well. Like, hey, like one of the questions I asked, hey, do you got any academic advice? I'm putting myself back in the 9th grade. What would I ask a smart kid as opposed to what I was in high school, So it was nice just to kind of do that exercise, slow down. And that's one thing from a personal perspective that's nice about these great Give interviews. It is cool just to sit there and, obviously, like I said, I'm not a broadcaster. We're not preparing for hours for every single interview. We're just sort of winging it. I know I'm not very interesting in any way. You know what I mean? So I know this is rough, but it's still nice to do because it's just, it's simple. And I don't know, every time somebody comes on, I learn something.
Yeah, and the student interviews, they're always one of my favorite parts too. We're going to have the Derby High School students on today. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to have a senior from Ansonia High School talk about a recent school trip to Greece. And the student interviews.
Wait, you're underplaying that one or underselling that one.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
Without spoiling it, there's also some huge.
She saved a person's life in Greece.
You just spoiled it.
Oh, well, hey, two strikes.
So,
whatever. Well, hey, if you want to hear more about that at I believe 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, that interview will be airing. But I was just gonna say, the student interviews are really nice because I think this isn't unique to any particular generation. I think it's always really easy to worry about whatever generation is coming next. That's been true for centuries and millennia.
Those are roadblocks.
Exactly. And it's, I
TikTok.
I feel like my brain is rotted, and so I worry like, oh no, what is short form content doing to everyone else? And so it is nice to actually talk to humans, and it's like, oh, the kids are doing all right. They're doing cool things.
Like the Who. The kids are all right.
Exactly. So it's it's like you said, it's a chance to sort of slow down, get a sense of what life is like, and
I'm gonna check the Greater New Haven Greater Foundation. That's not what it's called. What am I saying?
Community Foundation for Greater New Haven.
Yes, the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. Sorry about that. Oh, they've got one. We can actually share this. I'll share this screen. I'm going to go back to StreamYard. I'm going to go to blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go like that. I'm going to share Facebook. All right. Nobody comment on our stuff with bad words because it might show up on screen. So, and they've been updating. The Community Foundation for Greater New Haven has been updating on Facebook all day. Like anytime they have, I think they did some early bird prizes. I didn't see any Valley names coming up in any of the prizes just yet, but they have a little promo going on right now. 25 for the next 25. Build a foundation of legacies. Oh, and this, I guess, is specifically from the Gate Society, which is within the Valley Community Foundation, and actually a benefactor of ours. We've received money, I believe, from that specific account or whatever the word is at the VCF fund. Sorry about that. So yeah, there's the one we mentioned earlier. Get ready for the next 25. Help a Valley-based organization get ready for the next 25. Sorry, I was checking my notes. By supporting them between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. in honor of the 25 for the next 25 campaign, the Valley Community Foundation will award $1,000 to a randomly drawn Valley-based organization with at least 25 donors between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. Obviously, the more gifts an organization receives, the greater the chance that organization has to win the drawing. And then it has a list of eligible organizations you can click. So we mentioned that earlier. There it is, explained much better than I was. So I wonder if a lot of Valley organizations have been keying in on this one. We could see some record-breaking giving between the hours of 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. 25 donors in an hour is a lot.
It's a tall ask, yeah. But
yeah, I think back in the day, when we were in the Great Give, back in my day, at one point we had the most unique donors in the Valley because people from our readers were donating. But even by that stand, I mean, 25 in an hour, that could motivate some people. So if you're watching this right now and you're looking for a time to support your Valley nonprofit or Greater New Haven nonprofit, if you live in the Valley and if you're so inclined to support a Valley one, now is a good time to do it. Because in order to qualify for that prize, the organization needs a lot of donors. If you want to support a local news organization, or if you just want me to shut up, just donate right now to donate.valleyindy.org. We got a QR code going, which is I don't know where it is, but
and so
that's pretty cool.
The Valley Indy, when
what are you going to accuse me of? That sounded accusatory, just the tone. When the Valley Indy,
where are
you going with
did
this?
X, Y, Z.
No, I'm not going to show you my budget. It's draft until I present it to the public.
But anyway, what I was going to say was, when the Valley Indy started doing the Great Give live stream years and years ago, this was obviously a very different place. I mean, different physical location, and there wasn't this whole setup. We have things, we have cameras and microphones and stuff now. But the Great Give was also much smaller back then, right? Like it's grown quite a bit over the years to become more of the institution that it is today.
Yeah, it was like I've said, I didn't even know we were in the Great Give. People just somehow donated to us, and it was news to me. And I think I pointed it out. I don't remember. I don't even remember like if this is even correct. But the next year we said, hey, we should try that, and that's what we did. I think that's when we did. We stayed in the office for 36 hours straight. And I was shocked that we got any support. That made like a little ripple in Valley Facebook land. You know what I mean? So people seem to be aware. I remember somebody sent us edible arrangements, which was pretty wild. We've had random people stop by there in those. But yeah, it wasn't it was really sort of like we were involved, and what's changed is some of the Valley-based organizations have now pivoted, and this is their main, like the way we use this this is our reader drive. This is the one time a year we ask people, hey, the Valley Indy's free. We post obits for free. It costs, when I posted my dad's obit over the summer in a New York paper, it cost me $2,000. Right. Wow. So those are services that we're just doing for free. But yeah, once a year during the Great Give, we ask you to consider supporting us, and we're trying to raise $10,000 in 36 hours. So, now a lot of organizations are doing that. The Great Give has definitely become a staple, I think, and also everybody we've had on today recognizes that. They're all saying like, yeah, this is important for us. And like I've said a million times over the years, we're so tiny. We wear, just in terms of reporter editors, we both, if we were at a newspaper 20 years ago, we do the work of 5 people in terms of reporting, assigning the stories, editing the stories, running our Facebook. We're doing all the marketing, not let alone applying for grants and doing things like this. And this makes it so easy because, we can't process credit cards. We don't have that infrastructure, nor do we have the time or people power to do something like that. And this is so wonderful because it just happens through the Great Give. These are tax deductible donations. We're all nonprofits. You can look up all our 990s and all that good stuff, our federal letter that makes us a nonprofit. It's, I don't know if it's online publicly, but it's something you submit to participate. So it is huge for us. It is definitely, like I said, the only time we'll sit here and say, please donate.valleyindy.org.
Yeah, and it seems like it's sort of become increasingly important because the economy is in a pretty uncertain place. I think Tom Simonetti was saying this morning, but some of the grants that were budgeted for just because they have been reliable in past years, according to him, are just not coming in all of a sudden. And he said, some of the money flow has slowed down. I think we've seen like the sort of arts and culture side of this with, just a moment ago, the Hurricanes saying membership has been a bit of a struggle because it's expensive to have a kid play an instrument. All things that are increasingly real. Gas is very expensive. And some of the food bank interviews, the food related interviews that we've done, not to spoil too much in advance, but they've been saying, hey, the need isn't going down on that front either. There was a spike for a while back during that government shutdown toward the end of last year, when SNAP or food stamps, that whole program sort of briefly expired and was sort of hanging in the air. There's a massive spike in demand because people all of a sudden lost access to that. And sort of what I've heard in some of the pre-taped interviews are the need didn't really go back down after that. It seems like it's sort of for some of these organizations, it's stayed there. People have there's a fair number of people throughout the Valley and other places too just seem to be experiencing a lot of economic instability, uncertainty. And so all of this to say, money is hard to come by for everyone. Money is also hard to come by for nonprofits. And the Great Give is a really important time of year for helping all of these organizations meet their needs, including us, the Valley Indy. Donate.valleyindy.org.
And perhaps I'll play that. It's only a minute. We have a quick video that shows all the Valley nonprofits that are participating today. What did I call it? Okay, here it is. It's 56 seconds, right? It's just I just screen recorded and scrolled on the Valley Indy's list that we have on valleyindy.org. So here it is. Sorry, I forgot it's on loop.
Yeah.
I tell you, I zoned out for a second there. I think I fell asleep for like 5 seconds with my eyes open.
And we have so much live streaming ahead of us too.
Yeah, I guess it's 2:45. This is like, the afternoon.
The afternoon slump. It's siesta hour. But
And I didn't bring the energy drinks. Last year I tried energy drinks for the first time. I can't even say that word, energy. But I left those at home too with my chicken parm sandwich. So
energy drinks don't work for me. I drink Red Bull sometimes just because I like the taste, because I'm insane. But they've never done anything to keep me awake.
I think I felt it last year for like 5 minutes, but then I just felt like going to sleep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, coffee occasionally helps. While we're playing the pre-tape interview, I might make myself another mug real quick.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. We have a couple of minutes here. Let me check out our. Let's. You know what? Let's promote the Valley Indy YouTube page. Is kind of cool. If you want to support the Valley Indy that way, we do. We monetized our YouTube page, which is kind of cool for a tiny little. It means we had enough people watching and enough watch hours, enough subscribers and watch hours, that we can make a few bucks off it. So we do have. I think we're making like $39 a month. Woo. Through our members, because you can join our YouTube page, and we do primarily we've been doing members only videos. We've been doing some podcasts. Maybe we'll do them live and then we make it members only. So we're trying to like work that out. But in general, I think our YouTube page is kind of cool at this point. Like, it doesn't get the traffic it used to. It's just one of those things where just the way the algorithm over the years has changed, where like we used to get, easily get 100 videos or 100 watches on a video on YouTube. And it just really doesn't happen anymore. And I don't know why, it's not like we changed our content. But my point being, since we've been around for 17 years now, you can kind of wander around our YouTube page. And if you sort it by like, there's latest, and we do it by oldest. There's some there's our very, very, very first videos. Some of those, well, I made a lot of them members only. Look at that. So if you want to see me with a sweater vest, really be awkward. If you think I'm awkward now, these old videos are holy cow. That's Jody Mosier right there, where it says raw video inside her name is not Mosier, because that's what it was when I first started. Her name is Gill. It's Jody Gill or Jody Mosier Gill. Anyway, that was the reason she quit, is probably videos like this, where I was just like, hey, we're a website. Let's show people the inside of our office. And she's just sitting there like, okay, boomer. But anyway, so it's an interesting little collection of recent history, the Valley Indy website at this point. Did I ever share that or no? I did share it. Okay. Sometimes, and the other kind of thing that I like about this website now is you can click on our subscriptions, and it's like it's like, hey, what's going on in Connecticut? If you want a quick video, we subscribe to so many Connecticut-based channels. It's actually kind of nice to visit sometimes. The thing you can't really get there is the weather. But like, what's going on in the state of Connecticut today? Anything? We got Doing It Local. Fire displaces 7 in Bridgeport. Let's watch that. Shorts.
Around 3:00 today, the Bridgeport Fire Department was dispatched.
Shorts are where the money and the views are. You got to do shorts.
Here to Coleman Street. Units arrived to find a fire on the 3rd floor. They made an aggressive attack. The fire was quickly knocked down in about 12 to 15 minutes. No injuries at this time, and the fire marshal's office is investigating.
Everybody made it out safely, including pets?
As far as we're aware, we have no reports of injuries or displaced pets.
Got done pretty quickly. Good job by the crew.
Yeah, great job by the crew. We train every day, and you know what? Our training paid off today. They knocked it down real fast.
So that was the voice you heard off screen was Steven Krawczyk of Doing It Local. Oh, here is a story about Chris Motto. We reported over the weekend that they've identified a kidney donor for Chris. Yes. He's a local volunteer firefighter who has kidney disease. He's got 2 young kids. So he still needs help. He still needs financial support. I shared on Valley or on Facebook all the GoFundMes. And I think there's a new, but let's watch this news report real fast, and I'll go search for this other thing I want to share.
A volunteer firefighter needs a kidney, and a local 11-year-old stepped up to help. Neighbors rallied together in Ansonia as 11-year-old Mason Jeffer hosted a lemonade stand at his house. Lots of people showed up to buy a refreshing drink. Now, all the money raised will support volunteer firefighter Chris Matto. He actually hasn't been able to work because he's looking for a kidney donor.
It feels good to help the community because he needed a kidney and he needs some money to help for his family.
We figured, since we know the family very well and we all band behind everybody, especially our own, we decided to see how much money we can raise.
Mason is planning to host more lemonade stands to benefit kids with cancer and other causes close to his heart.
Yeah, so that's that. And let me just see if I can upload. I have something in connection to firefighter Chris Matto. Let's see, I got to do it as an overlay. This might make the stream bump. Anybody watching at home, I'm going to upload a little image, which can be sometimes make the stream go wonky.
We will see.
Like that. Oh, also it's got him on a PC. PC stinks. So now it has now the file name will crash our computer. See if I can call it something else. You're now going to rename the file. Made TTO. Save that. And so help support a firefighter and his family. There is a car wash fundraiser for the firefighter you just saw in that YouTube short, Chris Matto. It is $10 per car, cash only. It's hosted by the Ansonia Fire Department Juniors, who's we had Jay Fainer, who was in charge of them last year on The Great Give. We did an interview with him. All proceeds support Chris and his family. Every dollar makes a difference. So it's Hilltop Hose. I should put I'm blind. It's actually going to be at Hilltop Hose, Pulaski Highway, June 6th, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And
that is that.
That juniors program, it seems like it's been pretty active over the last year since we spoke with Jay Feiner about it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Who is now the fire department chief? I think he was assistant or deputy chief. I forget the exact title at the time when we spoke with him last year. But anyway, so the juniors program, I've shown up to a couple of different, just incidents on Main Street where a bush caught on fire, something small. And I've seen the juniors, like these teenagers and kids who just sort of, they help run the hose from the hydrant or things like that. And so it's cool to see them be able to be involved in that way.
And there was
cool that they're doing this.
There was the house fire on Clark Street last weekend. What was that, Sunday? I think it was Sunday morning or Saturday morning? Saturday morning? I think it was Saturday.
I think it was Saturday morning.
So, I don't know where I was going with that, but I don't know if they were there because I'm not aware of them. But I did talk to the Ansonia Fire Department chief. Jasmine reached out a few times to the fire marshal. We still haven't heard back about what a possible cause. I also have, excuse me, I'm sorry. I haven't seen any GoFundMe's. They're probably out there. I tried something different and put at the bottom of that story, if you become aware of any fundraising efforts, let us know. And I probably should have been clearer because what was happening was they were sending us as if we were organizing stuff. I got a couple of messages, but I was like, no, if you know of it, let me know. So I don't know. Because what happened sometimes, it was with that particular fire, I think it was overnight, right? I think it was at 2:40.
It was 2 something a.m., I believe. And
I was asleep, right? Yeah, it was Friday night into Saturday morning. So it was 2:45 a.m. Saturday. I got up at 5 a.m. and I was just kind of doing some great gift stuff, right? Because we have to send out letters in advance. We do postcards in advance to try to remind people this is happening. I was doing some just Facebook stuff, just kind of, doing whatever. And then I saw on Twitter, there was a fire 2 hours ago in Ansonia, and its Twitter account last name was Vaughn, Vaughn. And I was like, "Ooh, all right." So I figured, judging by the ferocity of the Twitter video, I saw that the firefighters would still be there. So I drove over there, and that part of Ansonia, I get really confused. Like it's like that, but parts of Ansonia are they're so old. You can see like it's just, like around the library, and then it kind of branches out. It kind of looks like they made the streets like they're not laid out in like a grid of any kind, and you can kind of like, where am I going? And it feels like all of a sudden you're in the woods. But at the end of this thing, at the end, I went there, and then of course it started to rain. I couldn't get down one block because it was blocked off, and I went around and wound up closer on the other end. And then it starts to pour, and I didn't have a jacket on, like an idiot. So I was standing out in the rain for a good 40 minutes. And I couldn't really like talk to anybody because I think the residents and everybody had cleared out by then. But then I walked back to my car, and it turned out like, I was like, oh, I know exactly where I am. This is where I sent my kids. My kids' babysitter is right there. Like she babysat our kids for years. So all of a sudden I kind of snapped back to life. But, came back, wrote the story. And it's interesting, like in this day and age, especially the way Facebook shows content to people, because maybe we posted something at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, but people aren't seeing it until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then they're thinking it's old. And so they're asking things like, what about the GoFundMe? And I'm like, well, I'm just like, I just got back from the scene there. The fire marshals, I mean, the still smoldering.
Right.
So it's, we didn't have that information just yet, but I know it's something we try to incorporate now into a lot of our fire reporting, because it's obviously, awful. A family loses their home. It's so we do always try to get that in. So that's like a way social media has sort of changed, because usually like, in a daily newspaper, you just write that story and that's that. And and then there was a time period where you didn't want to share any GoFundMes because you just figured they're all the scam, and I don't want to be responsible for that. You know what I'm saying? I got to get a drink.
But yeah. I mean, it has increased. Right around the time when I joined, I think we were still kind of in the middle of that transition of sort of including more of the GoFundMes, because for the last few stories about house fires, I think we've had some sort of follow-up with GoFundMe information for different families that have been affected by it.
Yeah, and my unofficial, not written down anywhere policy with like, I'll just share GoFundMes now if they're based in the valley, or in the general area, I'll just share them. But I could put on the top of it, this is not an endorsement, because I mean, look, I assume GoFundMe can weed out the scammers, so your money's safe. But there's always that thing. I don't know what this, I don't know. We have on occasion, gotten like fake obituaries. That's never fun. You know what I mean? So in this day and age, you got to watch out. But with the GoFundMes, I just kind of share them. We're not vetting them, but you would think that GoFundMe has a way to screen any fraudulent ones out there, which have popped up. I mean, now that I think about it, it happens.
It does. But yeah, I don't think I've seen any GoFundMes for the Clark Street one yet, but hopefully if something appears, we'll be able to share that further.
It was definitely an older house built in 1930, that balloon frame construction, which was also what we saw in that video from doingitlocal.com of that Bridgeport fire, and there's a lot of those in the valley. So I definitely have so I worked at a weekly paper from 1998 to 2003 in northern Westchester, New York. And then I was at the Danbury News Times for a couple of years. I have never responded to house fires at the level in the lower Naugatuck Valley. There's just no comparison, the amount of calls, so the amount of serious fires and things like that. It is, at least for me, it's a lot.
It is. Yeah, I remember there was a major one in Ansonia back in either November or December, but it was below freezing outside. I think the wind chill was somewhere around 0, and the firefighters were just like out there for hours. And it was, I mean, just watching it was, yeah.
And in terms of, of course, with fire, that goes hand in hand with EMS. And I think there are a bunch of local EMS services, ambulance services you can support during the Great Give. Let me see if I can bring one up right now off the top of my head. I'm typing it in.
And it is just now 3 p.m., a sort of a time check. So here in a moment, we can pivot over. It is the...
Oh, it's time to... Okay.
It is the top of the hour.
Sorry, then forget what I was saying. I mean, don't forget it, but I think Seymour Ambulance, Oxford Ambulance, Echo Hose Ambulance, and Storm Ambulance are all organizations you can contribute to during the Great Give. So go ahead and, introduce this one. This is a pre-taped, right? It's you?
No, I think this is... Oh, wait. Yes, this is me. This is an interview I did with Christina Walton, who leads the Seymour Oxford Food Bank. And I think I also introduced her in the video, but really wonderful.
All right. Yeah, it's going to be awkward. All right. We've never done this before.
Right.
I feel you. Yeah.
Really wonderful organization that, helps meet food needs in both Seymour and Oxford, as the name says.
Now, as you prepare to share that, I will say, or why don't you go ahead and share it, but don't play it. And while you do the technical stuff, I'll say that between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., we're doing that Get Ready prize, right? Getting ready for the next 25 from the Valley Community Foundation. Any Valley-based organization with at least 25 donors between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. could get an extra $1,000. So if you're so inclined, donate.valleyindy.org between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. And we could possibly make your gift go further with the $1,000.
Hey, Eugene. You're gonna have to pull up the YouTube video, because YouTube decided now it's time for me to verify my identity, and it's throwing a whole bunch of extra hoops at me.
Okay. So I'm going to go into our page. I'm going to view our channel. I'm not going to see it there, right? Because it is unlisted. So I'm going to go to YouTube Studio, ladies and gentlemen. This is why they pay me the big bucks. And I'm going to go to content. I'm going to find the one you're talking about. I want to make sure it's the right one. Is this the Seymour Oxford Food Bank 2026?
Yes.
Christina Walton. There it is right there. I'm now going to make it public. I'll publish it right now. And then go here, and get rid of that page. And I can hear it, but you can't. But now I'm going to go back to StreamYard, and I'm going to share my screen, donate.valleyindy.org, and I'm going to go back to YouTube. I'm going to share the YouTube page. I'm going to enlarge it. I'm going to make sure the volume is turned up, and now we're going to play it.
Oh, hello, everyone. When you are watching this, it will be the Great Give, a chance to help support the nonprofits that help make the Valley a better place. Now, our next guest, I believe this is airing on Wednesday afternoon. Our schedule could change, but our next guest this afternoon is Christina Walton, who for the last couple of years has led the Seymour Oxford Food Bank. She's joined us in past Great Gives, wonderful guest, and we are so excited to have her back again. So welcome, Christina. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. And so just to give people a picture, where is the food bank located?
It's in the lower level of the community center in Seymour, 20 Pine Street.
Mm-hmm. Great. And so I sort of want to kick things off by asking about sort of the current situation, what you're seeing and what the need is. And maybe just to throw in a little bit of context is it seems like a story that is common to a lot of food banks over the last year and the last couple of years, really, because we've talked about this in the past, is there's been a steady uptick in demand. It doesn't, in other words, the need has not seemed to go down. The last time we talked, I believe, was when SNAP funding expired for a little bit amid that government shutdown late last year. So I just wanted to check in. How have things changed over the last year, or even over the last few months? What are you seeing? What's it like on the ground?
So it's right. There's been like this steady increase. When we last talked, we had the SNAP shutdown, and so what we saw is we were doing around 500 families a month. We're now like 750 families a month.
Oh, wow. So even, we're several... Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. I think your video froze for a second, or maybe it was on my end, one or the other.
Are you okay?
I heard you say you were at 500 and then 750, and then I think that's about where the cutout was. Would you be able to start from there again?
So that increase happened when the SNAP, shut down, when that was all frozen. But what we didn't see was it go back down to 500, right? We kind of stayed steady there, and we're still climbing. So yeah, it's busy. It keeps going up. We keep expanding hours, bringing in more volunteers to continue to go as far as we can.
So it went up, and it really has not gone back down in the several months since. What are your current volunteer numbers like, and what are your current hours? What does that expansion look like?
So we're now doing double shifts on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we run 2-hour shifts, 2.5-hour shopping shifts. So we run from 9 to 11, and then we run 12 to 2, and we do that on both Tuesday and Thursday. We run every Saturday, 9 to 11, 2 Mondays a month. And starting in June, thanks to Vox Church, they're going to come in and volunteer so that we can open 2 more evenings on Monday nights.
Yeah. And that's actually, that reminds me, there was, back when Vox Church first opened, I think this was also in the second half of last year, but you've had some sort of partnership with them, right?
Yeah, they've been really great. Right from the moment that they were looking at coming into Seymour, we connected, and they've been very supportive of the food bank and the community.
That's wonderful. And I want to come back and ask more about sort of the collaboration that makes a lot of this possible later on. But for now, I just want to ask, what is your fundraising goal for this year, if you have one?
So we're going for 10,000 again. We did this last year. We didn't quite make it, but we still did well. And so we're going to try to hit that goal again.
Second time's the charm.
It is.
But yeah, and what does that money, and we'll have this linked, we will have the page linked in the chat. So if you are now watching this, check out that link, go support Seymour Oxford Food Bank at the Great Give. Where does people's money go to? Or when people donate, where does that money go?
A lot of money goes to purchasing food, having the cash in the, sitting, right? It allows us to respond when SNAP gets shut down. It allows us to respond when there's a shortage on meat, when there's a shortage on produce or dairy items. Those are what our visitors coming in, that is what they're really looking for. Yes, non-perishable items are helpful and needed too. But we see a lot of people really wanting that fresh produce and the proteins to go with their diet.
Right. And it's, definitely health benefits to having fresh produce there. Whenever you donate to a food bank, to Seymour Oxford Food Bank, your dollar can go further, right? Than if you were to buy products individually. Could you talk a little bit about that and how that works?
So that works through our partnerships, or our partnerships with Connecticut Food Share. Connecticut Food Share has a ton of food that is available to us at no cost, but there's also options to purchase, and their cost is much lower than what we find in the grocery store. And we're also able to partner with grocery stores. And so when they run a sale, they'll oftentimes work with us to kind of go over that limit and allow us to buy in bulk, which is really helpful.
Yeah, that's great. So there is a benefit to giving cash, because it means that dollar might be able to buy more food than it would be able to buy on its own. And I wanted to, whenever a client comes in, how do you greet them? What's the pickup process like? What does the work look like on the ground once someone's there?
So we greet them in a warm, welcoming space. Our intake process is very simple. We have a income guidelines that we follow from Connecticut Food Share that allows us to be a part of the TFAP program, Temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program, which is funding from the state of Connecticut. And so they just verify, and they verify by saying, yes, I am at or below this income limit. And then we take name and address, contact info, and family size. They are greeted by another volunteer and get a grocery cart, and they make their way through our store setup, choosing whatever items work best for them. We don't set restrictions or limits on things, and people just make their way through and get what works for them and their family.
Yeah, and that's a new model, right? The sort of client shopping model. That isn't always how it operated, right? That's new.
Yeah. So the client shopping model, we had half of it. We didn't have the refrigerator and freezers that people were able to go into. So that part is new. We got a grant, and we were able to get glass door refrigerators and freezers. So just like you would see, in a store, where people can go in themselves and pick what works for them. It really does bring a sense of dignity back to the person coming. And that is really our top priority.
And that's actually exactly what I wanted to ask about next. I was going to point out on your Great Give page, the first sentence of it is, you say that the food bank is a place of solidarity, and you have solidarity in all caps and all bold. And in our past conversations, and even in this conversation, dignity, it's sort of a recurring theme. And so can you talk a little bit about why this is so important to sort of bring to the conversation?
So we've seen our numbers go up, and we know that the need is going up, but the drastic increase in our numbers from when I started 2 years ago to now, the need hasn't gone up that much. And so what we see is, when you create a safe space, when you let your community know that they can come here, we're not judging you. Whatever your situation is or why you need help, we're not here to judge that. And we're going to treat you the same way as if you were going to a grocery store to purchase groceries. It allows more people to come out and get the support that they need. And so I really believe, as we break down those barriers and we knock out the shame and the stigma, the more and more we do that, our numbers go up, because people feel safer. They're not struggling alone and in silence. They're coming. And that's what we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. The stigma is absolutely a real thing. I mean, I knew a lot of people growing up, and a lot of families who, maybe weren't getting all of the services that they could have benefited from, because the stigma is internal as well as external. It's great to have that be part of the messaging. And so, I did want to ask, so you reached over 1,000 families in 2025. I think just over that number. And also on your Great Give page, that's like a 250 to 60 to 70, somewhere in that range, percent increase. Very, very, very large. And you sort of touched on this. You said partially this is people knowing that there's that this is a place that they can come to. And maybe this is answering my own question at this point, but I did want to ask, with that massive increase, how much of that is due to demand growing, to the need growing, and how much of it is due to things like what you just mentioned, or maybe even the grant that you received, the way you've been able to expand operations? That was a super convoluted question. But yeah, basically, what all is that increase coming from?
I think now we are starting to see now and get the phone calls of the new requirements for SNAP and what that means to some families. So we are starting to get those phone calls coming in. So yes, I definitely think there is an increase in need in families. I think the bigger increase is due to expanded hours, right? Being able to reach folks who are working, because a lot of folks are working. I think that's something that's not always realized is they're working, and sometimes working multiple jobs, and then trying to fit in a trip to the food bank. So making hours that work for families, and in our model. And I think the Seymour Oxford Food Bank is, we are out there in right, like what we stand behind, and that, right, we're not here to judge. If you're driving a nice car, it's none of my business what your car looks like or what shoes you're wearing, right? None of it is my business. And so, right, everyone is welcome here. And we think everyone deserves to eat regardless. Just that's it. Everyone deserves to eat.
Right. That's simple. 4 words.
Yes.
Very, very simple sentence.
Yes.
But yeah, and I did want to touch on some of the collaboration. We talked about that earlier with Vox Church moving in, and they've been great partners. And a lot of the food banks throughout the valley, you service different areas, but there is a lot of collaboration that goes on between them. And I'm thinking particularly right now of Project Manna through Team Inc., which I believe Seymour Oxford Food Bank helps with a great deal. And I was just wondering if you could, talk about collaborative projects like that and what they make possible that maybe it wouldn't be possible to do if everyone was working on their own, if each food bank was an island.
Yeah, so I think collaboration is super important because the need is so big, right? If we look at Seymour alone, I don't want to quote it to say, but 38% of people fall into that poverty and ALIS status. Not one organization could possibly reach that many people. And so when we're able to collaborate and work together, we're able to move more food to the people who need it. I know we couldn't do half of what we're doing without collaboration. It's really a necessity.
And what is ALIS? Maybe for people who haven't heard the abbreviation before, I'm sure you could probably explain it more clearly than I could.
Yeah, asset limited income constrained employed. So basically our working families who are above the threshold of maybe receiving SNAP or insurance assistance, but still falling short on making all those basic need payments. They're the paycheck to paycheck families, right? One car breakdown, 1 week off sick from work, it throws you way behind.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong with what I'm about to say. Feel free to interject because I'm kind of working off of half memory here, but it's, it does sort of seem like a lot of the numbers that people associate with poverty, like the federal poverty guidelines, those numbers were set decades and decades ago and have been very slow to keep up with sort of, what life is actually like on the ground. And it does seem like this designation, the ALIS designation, it captures sort of maybe a more representative picture of, who all is struggling to make ends meet. It's, the numbers, no matter where you look in, really anywhere in the country, but even within Connecticut, it is kind of staggering. And Seymour and Oxford too, right? A lot of families are falling under this designation.
Yes. Yeah. Our Oxford number of families has grown significantly. All towns have, and of course we open to surrounding valley towns. We actually are open to anyone in the state of Connecticut. But our top 3 towns in order are Seymour, Oxford, and then Ansonia. So it's,
Yeah. And sort of the last thing I wanted to come around and just sort of touch on is I wanted to touch on the history of the food pantry. So it's been around in some form or another since, I think, 1979. Do I have that year correct? Yeah. And it became sort of, it's had its modern status as a nonprofit 501c3 since 2016 or so. And so I was just wondering if you could, sort of talk about sort of what you came into, what inspired you to work with the food bank in the first place. You've been running it since 2024. What brought you here is what I'm asking.
So I grew up in Oxford. So I went to high school in Seymour. We didn't have a high school when I went, so I'm very connected. I live here now with my family. I was running the little free pantry out of my front yard and involved in community work. And I think when the position opened, I am somebody who visited the Seymour Oxford Food Bank at one point for myself. And I think that connection, to be able to take my experience from being on the other side and work that into creating a new environment, right? Not that the old one was bad, but right, a new environment from a new perspective,
right?
Was really inspiring to me.
Yeah, and it's inspiring to sort of see, if you want an example of what your donation helps enable. At one point, you did need the services of the food bank, and now here you are, sort of paying it forward. And that's, not to force you to talk too much about your own life story. We don't have to get into anything you don't want to. But you're raising like 4 kids. Do I have that number correct? Is that?
So I have 5 kids.
5 kids. 5.
Yeah, I have 5. My oldest is 23. So yeah, she jumped ship very quickly when there were 4 little ones running around. But yes, yeah, I have 4 small ones at home, 7, 6, 5, and 2.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually started as director with my littlest, was about 6 months old, and she worked with me for my probably first 4 to 5 months as the director of the food bank. She came every day. She went to all my meetings. She did all the things with me.
Mm-hmm. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And I'm guessing the other little ones, they've had chances to see the work that you do.
Oh yeah. Yes. They very much love being involved, helping with distributions, especially holiday distributions. Cause we have Santa and, Snoopy, whoever we can get to come out. We do. Princess Anna was there. So we really try to make it fun. Yeah.
And on that note, of helping out, is the food bank currently looking for more volunteers? Is that another way that people can?
Yes, absolutely. So we move a lot of food. So this year already we've moved 205,000 pounds of food. That's a lot of weight. And so yes, we need volunteers in many different roles. We need some volunteers that are really strong, that don't mind getting a workout in. Maybe they want to give up the gym membership, but still keep that physical activity. We have that at the food bank. And we would love to have them and their help.
Yeah. It takes physical labor to move all of that food.
It is. Yeah. And we have a small flight of stairs that we need to work with. So, right, it is a lot. And we have amazing, wonderful volunteers, but as that weight keeps going up, it's falling on a few people's backs, and it would be great to have some extra hands to help spread that out.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, absolutely. And I meant to ask this earlier. Is the demand pretty consistent throughout the year, like the pattern, or are there spikes in certain seasons or months?
So we always see a bit of an uptick in summer. Of course, we roll out in partnership with Seymour Food to Kids, our summer meal bag program, replacing those school meals. We always see an uptick there. And then it seems to be pretty steady for the most part, but we always expect an increase in the summer.
Gotcha. And that makes sense. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much all of the questions that I had. Do you have anything else anything you want to promote, any upcoming events? Do you have any big goals for the next year, or is it really just, keep meeting the needs of the people in the community?
Yeah, I think we're pretty much on that track of just trying to keep growing to meet the need as the need grows. We are trying something a little different this year with the Great Gift. So we've kind of picked out 2 challenges, and what we're asking is, we love your support and we will take that at any time. But if you're able, donate between 7 and 8 p.m. on May 6th. As many unique donations that we can get during that time, we get a chance to win an extra $2,000. And so we're really trying to kind of push those timelines to see if we can reach that $10,000 goal.
Absolutely. And yeah, just context for anyone watching the Great Give, some of the donors they have price slots. And if you donate between certain hours, there is a chance that your donation will be matched with I think you said, is it $2,000 for that one?
Yeah, for that one, it's $2,000. It's vote for your favorite nonprofit.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so Seymour Oxford Food Bank, if you want to donate, you can also donate between 7 and 8 p.m. To help them make it to that goal. And yeah, the overall donation goal, $10,000. I wish you the best of luck, and thank you for all of the work that you do. And thank you for coming back to speak with us again. It's always such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Right. Take care. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Why all of a sudden does it sound like theirs? Is that me?
Yeah, now I hear your fan. That's new.
Hold on. Yeah, that's not my fan.
Huh. What is that coming from?
Got something going on. We got a technical problem.
Woo, technical problems.
I just solved it. It was YouTube. Damn you, YouTube! I had stopped sharing the screen, but it was playing some video of like people at home could not hear that, so they're just watching us
freak out
like like we're on a bad acid trip. But for anybody watching, a couple of you that are watching, it was like a jackhammer. It was like just. And I thought I have a fan going. We're like, is it this? No, that's that. That was a little freaky. But
now that it's resolved, thank you so much to Christina Walton for joining us for that interview. Seymour Oxford Food Bank doing great work. And it looks like we have the Seymour Oxford Food Bank in our chat right now with some support from Jim Gilday.
Yeah, and I put their direct donation link in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. If people click that, you can go to the page and make a donation. Although they said wait possibly till 7 or 8. Is that what it was? Is that the time frame?
Yeah, let me pull this back up. Was it the 5 to 7 p.m. happy hour? I think.
Oh no, she said 7 to 8. I thought.
Maybe if you're still in the chat, remind us.
Vote with your gift. The organization that gets the most,
7 to 8. Vote with your gift. Okay.
Most donations between 7 and 8 could get an extra $1,000.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for joining. And
you're welcome. Oh, you're not talking to me.
Yeah, I was not talking to you. We've been here since 8 a.m. We're both loopy, but we'll be here for a lot longer. But anyway, yeah, one of the things that stuck out to me in that conversation was sort of touched on this earlier. I was going on a bit of a tangent, but we talked about in that interview how sort of there was a big spike in demand back when the government shutdown happened in last year. Food stamps, SNAP briefly expired. A lot of people still had to make ends meet, and so the food banks, including Seymour Oxford Food Bank, saw a really big jump in demand around that time. But even in the months since, it hasn't gone back down. It's the need still exists. The need is still growing, and it's really meaningful work that Seymour Oxford Food Bank has been doing for the last many years, as well as over the last few years. So thank you again to Christina Walton. Really wonderful organization.
And I think Christina is maybe one of 4 nonprofits that's connected to food insecurity that we're going to have on
yes
during these live stream interviews. So I guess there's something like 65 organizations total from the Lower Naugatuck Valley participating in today's Great Give. I think we've set up interviews with, I want to say 23 of them. We're we tape some in advance. We're doing top of every hour. And then we've been squeezing in some more people today on the half hour. So a lot going on. If you want to support the Valley Indy, we are trying to raise $10,000 by the end of this thing, right? By 8 p.m. tomorrow, we hope to hit our goal. We have every year, although the first couple of years I cheated a little bit. First couple of years we had no goal. And then there was one year I was like, oh, you could set a goal. And I think it was like on day 2. And we had raised $5,500. And I was like, 6,000, our goal. Oh, I forgot to mention during the previous 25 hours that our goal is actually, and we hit it. So it was a little manufactured drama, I guess. I mean, but it was just it was whimsical and it was impromptu. It's not like I thought it out. I just, we didn't really know what we were doing those first couple of years. And not that we really do now, because another thing you can add to the long list of things we're not like fundraisers. I don't know how to do this. So we're just ham and egging it, doing our best. We put out, we saw that every year there's about 65 people that give at least $100. We've had donations as big as 1,000. So we did send out postcards and an email blast, and maybe I probably won't get to it tonight because we're going to be here a long time, but we tried to get those people to come back, and hopefully they felt that they could still support us. In my appeal letter, I did mention, all the positive things that I think the Valley Indy does. If you allow me for a moment, I've said many times, we're the only publication that covered the last 3 budget cycles in the city of Derby. Those are critically important budget cycles too. We've had Derby has been in a state of financial peril for a while, and they've been in front of MFAC, the Municipal Finance Advisory Committee or Commission, state bean counters for a long time now. So it's important to pay attention to that budget every year to see how the city is or is not getting themselves out of it, right? So only the Valley Indy, and that's, I don't say that as a brag, but it's a fact. So if the Valley Indy had not existed in 2025, would have written about that? I don't know, and that's the news desert. 60% of journalism jobs have been lost in like the last 10 years. So there's really nobody coming and picking up the slack. I think less and less people want to go into this field. So the fact that Jasmine has decided to enter a dead field is hats off to you, and God bless you for doing it. But, last year, Jasmine just won another couple of SBJ awards, CT SBJ awards. Last year, Jasmine paid attention to the Ansonia budget cycle. It was the first time in the city's history, or the first time that we can tell, the city budget went to referendum. Right.
Yes.
So very complicated stuff. You're not getting 1 million page views. TMZ is not going to be calling you up, although maybe they'll be TMZ local. They're now doing TMZ DC. But, those are stories that are important. And again, we don't charge for them. We never will charge for them. We'll end this before we had to do something like that. But this is the one time a year where we do say, hey, donate.valleyindy.org if you were able. And we wanted to raise $10,000 prior to going live, so I wouldn't have to blab like this and awkwardly talk about 2025 nonstop. Hey, we're up to 53 CT SBJ awards since 2009.
54, I think.
Is it 53, 54? Who's counting? But hey, there was a couple of years we just didn't enter, and I was like, I don't want to spend money on it. Those lean years where it was just me working here. I was not going to enter the SBJ. Oh, I found out we didn't miss the dinner. I was so confused as to how the awards came out, but there hadn't been. Usually they hand them out at a dinner, but I guess they did something different this year. And I guess the other thing that's happening is my SBJ emails are all going to whatever folder. I don't know what Gmail's doing with them, but I'm not seeing them. So I apologize for that, but the dinner is coming up in June.
Woo. But yeah, it's the Great Give week. It's always a very busy week. There's always some sort of news that happens during the Great Give
that we can't cover, and then everybody gets on our page and yells at us for being useless bums.
And We do our best to try to cover it. It's Seymour just had a budget referendum on Tuesday where
That's right. Hey, I worked from like 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. yesterday. Darn it.
Yeah, Tuesday was yesterday. Holy crap, that was yesterday.
Right.
So yesterday there was a budget referendum in Seymour. Gene Valbo-Sosnovich got the results, covered that. Eugene edited that story last night. It's on our website. And then tomorrow evening is
they got rejected. Did you mention it? They both got rejected.
They both got rejected. Yes, that's going to go back to the Seymour Board of Finance, right?
Yeah. The full story is on valleyindy.org. But yeah, it goes back to the Board of Finance, and they've already. Hey, we have a little time. I might as well bring it up. They already have the date for the next referendum. They reserved them. I think I did have a little trouble finding. Like, I didn't know where a sample ballot was because I tried to put together. It's essentially a free legal notice for the town. But actually in our publication, people will read it. They'll see it because it goes on the front page and we share it on social media. But it was a little tough to find the details for the second referendum. I don't know exactly. And I know they go to, I just couldn't find it. I didn't see it in C2 legal notices. I didn't see it on the town, but it might've been me.
Oh, and I saw while driving I went to Quarry Walk yesterday. Oxford, I think next week. There's a budget referendum coming up in Oxford. I don't really know anything about it.
It might have been, that might be like yesterday or today, actually. I don't know.
No, it was May, and then it was some double-digit date. I remember thinking, oh, that's like a week or two from now.
Okay. Here's our Seymour budget story. Can you
back to the towns we do cover? Seymour.
We used to cover Oxford, but Fundaloism. We always covered, when we started, we covered Oxford and Seymour with one freelancer. And that you can't do it. It's not economically feasible, and it's asking too much of the person that has to do that. So yeah, this is from last night. Voters rejected a $70.3 million town and school budget referendum, or budget during a referendum. Members of the Board of Finance are scheduled to meet Wednesday, May 6th. Hey, wait, that's tonight.
Oh,
look at that. The Board of Finance is meeting tonight at 6 p.m. around the corner at Seymour Town Hall. And then whatever they do, presumably they'll make some adjustments. Oh, the other thing going on is, everybody got their kickback, not their kickback, but they got their funds from the state, which I think Jean had it in her story last night. I was a little unclear because it's kind of, it said the money was going to go to the schools, but it was a little confusing. So I didn't have time to sort of clarify it, but there is, the change that'll happen is there's new money from the state that they now can incorporate into the budget. So if I'm sure if you go to that Board of Finance meeting at 7 p.m. tonight, Wednesday, May 6th, you could find out exactly how they revise their budget. Traditionally, when your budget gets rejected for the second time, you look for ways to reduce spending. The city has said, or the school has said, at this point, layoffs are unavoidable, according to the school superintendent, but we'll see what happens after tonight shakes out. And then there'll be a third vote, May 19th, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the Seymour Community Center, which I think is at 20 Pine Street, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right. I know it's on Pine Street. I think it's 20 Pine Street. But yes, so that is upcoming meeting tonight. And then tomorrow evening, there is a meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals, the ZBA, in Seymour regarding Red Clover Farms. That's sort of a
that's been a hot topic.
Yes.
And that's got, that's probably our most viewed post where I said like, hey, we're aware of it, but we got to go live for 36 hours or we're going to be unemployed. And one of our reporters has a deeply personal issue going on, so I can't pull her away and send her to that. But we are paying attention, which got interpreted as we didn't care, or, the feedback was a little like, wait, that's not what I'm saying.
We're doing our best.
Yeah.
Last year. Oh, sorry.
But yeah, so the issue apparently is that Red Clover Farms was issued a cease and desist, and they're saying, this is ridiculous. We're just doing modern farm type things. You can't survive as a farmer in 2026 by just planting tomatoes and corn. And this is why I need to do this, that, and the other thing. And we'll see what happens at the ZBA meeting, 7:30 p.m. Thursday, May 7th. And that's the community center. I don't know if I just misstated that. It's at the community center, not Seymour town hall. We are spending money on a freelancer because we're in this weird position this week where we cannot get either myself, Jasmine, or Jean to attend. So we've got a Seymour resident who's coming out of retirement. Be careful. Don't try BSing her. She will be covering that meeting.
She's good. I'm excited to see that story.
We will not have a story Thursday night, though. I'm sorry.
Correct.
Because the deadline's 1 p.m. Friday. So look for it, and then what happens is the story gets sent to us. Maybe there's questions. Maybe it doesn't make any sense. Maybe, it has to be rewritten, maybe not, but there is a couple hours of work that goes into every story, not including attending the meeting and gathering the info. So my goal is to get that online. We realize people are interested, or at least people who are posting on our Facebook page are interested in the subject. I think it has more sort of statewide ramifications because, there's a feeling in Connecticut, especially among people in the agriculture, that you got to let farms be farms. And so it's a real sensitivity there when a town steps in and tries to be like, hey, what's going on here? So, I don't know, maybe, hey, maybe it'll all be resolved before the meeting begins. Maybe there's some type of middle of the road compromise to be sought or to be found here. I don't know, Jasmine.
I don't know either. But we'll hopefully find out.
I know. Hey, look, I know what it's like to, I was in a ZBA meeting in Derby where they were talking. This was more than 10 years ago, where the ZBA was allowing essentially a truck stop or a truck parking lot. I don't remember, a tractor trailer gathering area to happen right in a residential zone. And before the meeting, one of the members of the Board of Aldermen went outside into the hallway with the applicant's attorney, and he was like, well, this is how it's going to go. We might not have a full quorum, so that means this, if you want to delay it to another week. And I'm just like, hey, what about the neighbors? I know the guys that got the attorney. Oh, you're going out and meeting with them privately in the hallway to talk about what's what. That person's no longer on the Derby ZBA, but it was one of those things. And I did take out the tape recorder. I did try to videotape it and record it. But alas, I didn't capture it. So you'd have to take my word for it. It happened.
And speaking of
emotions can run high, especially when you're talking about a ZBA, because you're there for a hardship. So you're basically, it's the most appealiest appeal you can make on the local land use level.
And speaking of ZBAs, of zoning boards of appeal, it looks like there was a meeting that was rescheduled in Ansonia. It looks like it's scheduled for May 11th, which is this upcoming Monday now at 7 p.m. Zoning Board of Appeals is hearing out Burns Construction over a cease and desist order they were recently issued. This has sort of been an ongoing topic in Ansonia regarding rock crushing on that property on Riverside Drive. There was a lot of buzz about it earlier this year. A lot of confusing details that stem out of,
once you get the lawyers involved,
it's yeah.
Forget about it.
Let's see. Let me see if I can just pull up this meeting agenda.
Just
real
kidding.
Quick. Just for a second. It's like here, and this is nice. The appeal of decision. It does say what they're going to be talking about. So May 11th. That's Monday, 7 p.m. Alderman Chambers at City Hall. I believe that's 253 Main Street. There's an appeal of decision. Burns Construction cease and desist order, working without a special permit.
Hey, that makes your Monday.
Exactly.
There it is.
So it's,
I was going to say eventful, but you know what I mean. You got something to do Monday.
Yeah, barring anything absolutely crazy, I'll most likely be there to cover it.
That's right. We have to plan out a whole new week of because the well is run dry because we've been running every day.
We've been relying on Gianfalvo Sosnovich.
Stories that were written like last week. And so we've been trying to do one story a day in order to prepare for this stream and send out all the invites and do this, that, and the other thing. And
there's a lot that goes into this.
There's a lot of just little kind of prep work that I can't even explain it, but it takes a long time. I mean, filling out the 65 save the date cards, and then just thinking of everything. Okay, all right, we're going to go to lunch. We're going to go live at 1:50, but if we go live at 2:00, we're not going to have any people there. So yeah, there's There's a lot of like stupid stuff.
And we're trying.
And again, we're not event organizers. We're not event planners.
We're trying to appeal to the algorithms of Facebook and Twitter and YouTube, but we don't know how any of them work. So
Yeah, no idea. I just know they're my overlords. That's all I
Right.
know. Whatever they tell me to do, I do, and they're listening to us at all times. And I should probably shut up. Watch the stream. We'll just get cut right out.
We're at
You
the
already had
mercy of
YouTube mess with you?
Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and whoever runs YouTube.
I have been watching. It's 3:45 p.m. Wednesday, May 6th. I've been watching these videos that are doing like retrospectives on the metaverse, which they go back to Mark Zuckerberg's announcement of the metaverse. And I mean, that was hyped everywhere. Like, the whole media, not just mainstream media, like everybody was like, oh, the metaverse, you couldn't get away from it. Nobody could really explain what it was, but it is hilarious to like watch his unveiling in retrospective now. And you have these modern guys on YouTube talking about just what an incredible, spectacular history of the world level blunder that was.
Right.
And the amount of money and the whole idea behind it, that we would all be wearing, the horribly fitting, not AI, because now he's taking the money out of that. Now it's not virtual reality. Now it's AI that everyone can make a buck off. But it was, the whole concept was sort of bizarre. And that virtual reality is, I don't know, they keep every 10 years, it's supposed to be the next thing, and it never quite happens. But that one was literally saying like, we would be holding our meetings, like instead of talking on Slack, we would each be in our virtual reality gear, talking to each other and checking off our to-do lists.
And wasn't there a whole thing with the metaverse too? And I could be misremembering because I never understood anything about what it was supposed to be. But I thought there was some aspect of it where a bunch of different social interactions were supposed to be tied to financial transactions, kind of like the whole NFT thing, where it was like,
that was a part of it. Yeah,
there was a whole lot of just weird money being exchanged that was supposed to be a part of it. And it started being talked about while I was in high school with no money. And then I went into college as a completely broke college student. I was just like, this isn't real. This isn't a viable way to interact with other human beings.
Yeah, it was like Facebook was supposed to have its own or the metaverse was supposed to have its own currency. And then like there's one video I watched where this, it's kind of it's told in a documentary style, but the guy's like, I spent a couple of days in this one metaverse game, or it's not even a game, this world that's about to shut down. And it was just all little kids.
Is that just Roblox now? Is Roblox the metaverse?
Well, actually, yes, in a lot of ways, that's what people are talking about. Like what he was talking about, it kind of already exists. And Roblox is one that was specifically mentioned where you can just do all these different things. But then again, like, Metaverse and Fortnite is the same thing where they offer now. It used to be, here was the Fortnite Battle Royale. It was one game. And now you go on to Fortnite and there's like an infinite loop of different activities you can partake in. But that's imploding as well. But yeah, the things that Zuckerberg talked about is sort of happening with little kids on Roblox. But it is hilarious, so they'll have a cut and it's Zuckerberg announcing the metaverse and it's all very, production level, $1 billion. And he almost looks like, he's AI. It's very hard to tell. And, then they cut into what it was. And it's a bunch of 5-year-olds like saying bad words and yes, shut up, poopy breath. This documentarian walks in. Oh, hello. Tell me about the metaverse. And they're like, up your nose with a rubber hose. Like it's 1976. Welcome back, Cotter.
Someday all government meetings will be held in Roblox.
That would be great. I mean, sometimes I don't do it anymore, but sometimes like I'd be in an Ansonia meeting during the pandemic when we first got this Roadcaster, which was because of a grant we got from Facebook. So I should just shut up.
Thanks, Meta.
Yeah, we did. We were like one of 2 or 3 organizations, media outlets in Connecticut that got some random Facebook. Because at one time Facebook was like, yeah, we're going to do news. We got all these news organizations. And 2016 happened. They're like, but that was, we were grateful for that. But like in the middle of maybe the board would go into the executive session. So there'd be people online and I would just be like,
good evening, residents of the great city of Ansonia.
And just play that part. You know what I mean?
This is WADS, Ansonia, Stratford, Trumbull.
We did say during one of our Kick the Tires live test streams, which I'm glad we did because we found a whole bunch of problems, which would have been really bad for us had we not done that. And again, that's why maybe we didn't produce as many stories, because we were doing those stupid test streams where we'd be live for 20 minutes and we're trying to like, all right, what do we got to do? And then we had to reach out to StreamYard, and then we had to, dive into our Google Chrome settings, and ChatGPT had to get involved. I'm ashamed to say, but it helped us out. But I've lost my thought. What was I saying?
Oh, where were we? Yeah, no, I just lost myself too.
We're talking about ZBAs. As I was talking, I was like, there can't be anybody watching this. But donate.Valley Indy. When you forget what you have to say or your mind starts wandering, donate.valleyindy.org.
We haven't checked on that in a minute, have we? Stream?
No, and I'm getting, every time somebody donates, Gene's like, I texted them. We're getting messages from Gene. Thank you so much, Gene Fabo Sosnovich.
Thank you, Gene.
So we're going to go share the screen. We're going to go to our little thing. This is what happens when you go to donate.valleyindy.org. Oh, that looks nice. Scroll down a little bit, right? Okay, we're 46% of the way there. At 1:30 p.m., we were at 30%, and now we're at 46. Thank you very much. You have donated $4,639. That is, again, 46% towards our $10,000 goal. We've had 51 donors, which is pretty wild to me. Thank you so much. There's we have suggestions. You can donate whatever you want, but we do have, for fun, $25 will buy us a beer, drink expensive beer. $50 makes you an official Freedom of Information warrior. $100, you can be the Valley Bureau Chief. $200, you're a cynical editor. And then for $500, you've seen enough to know you've seen too much. We had at least one $500 donation last year, and I think we had a $1,000 donation last year. This year, I think we have a $300. That's our highest donation, which is very, very appreciated. And then it goes into our story and all that kind of good stuff, some of the accolades, and then we thank people. But here are, our most recent donors. We have Don Smith. Thank you, Mr. Smith. $250. That's very generous. Patricia Bruder. Thank you very much for your service to the municipalities over the years, Patricia.
Thank you.
And always being nice to us. Like, just one of those people we met right away. And, reporters are weird. They're smelly. They're socially awkward. And when you come up and say, like, I'm not from the established daily, I'm from some kind of weirdo internet site, Patricia never gave us the hi hat or flicked us, never even slapped us upside the head. I've always appreciated that. Dawn Pastore, we have Anonymous. Dominic Thomas, thank you, sir. If I ever write a book about the Valley, Dominic Thomas is going to get a whole chapter, right? Chrissy Warringer, thank you so much. She is from the Derby Neck Library. Please, they are participating in the Great Give. It's a wonderful library right on Hawthorne Avenue. Derby is lucky to be blessed with two libraries, Derby Public Library and then the private Derby Neck Library. Susan Falbo. Oh, Falbo. That's a name we know.
It sure is.
And I can pronounce this one, it looks like. I thought it was getting Italian, but it's not. Susan Falbo Macani. Right?
Yeah, that looks right to me. Thank you.
McEnany?
No, I think that was way worse. I think that was way further. I think McConaughey was right.
Thank you very much for your donation. Very much appreciated. And then we have Josh Stewart. Thank you so much, Dr. Stewart, for a very generous $100 donation. Thank you. Rose Ruchin. Thank you much. Thank you for your donation. And you want to read a couple more for me there, Jasmine?
Sure. And we're getting into
we've read these before.
Yes, but going over them again. We have Robert Ricciuti. Thank you so much for $100. Linda Fusco, Chief of Staff in the City of Derby, $150. Thank you so much. An anonymous donation. Kathy Moran with $25. Thank you so much. And she left a message which says, thankful that we still have you to turn to for integrity and consistency in reporting. Thank you for the kind words as well as the donation. We have Teresa Conroy and Ellen Logidici. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing.
No, I was looking, but I should have stopped you. It's Ellen Lojudis.
Oh, Lojudis. Okay, wonderful.
According to Gene. Although Gene, you typed it in all caps though. which I don't. Where does the accent go? Where's the emphasis go?
Well, thank you to Teresa Conroy and Ellen LoJudas for $50. And
or Gene, as Gene literally wrote here, LoJudas! Because it's in all caps.
With the comment to help keep the lights on so that our fourth rail of democracy doesn't die. Thank you all so much for your donations and kind words. And I'm feeling good about the current progress we are making towards our goal. Thank you to everyone again. And
yes. And now we will read the list of people who have charged back their donations, saying we stink, and coming at number 1, Ethan Fry. No, I'm just kidding. We always get.
It's because I missed his Hamlet reference this morning, right after we were talking about Hamlet.
Well, you know what?
He called me out as a poser, took back his donation.
Maybe if I had brought that comment up earlier, you would have seen it. But yeah, that was yeah. So I mean, so far today, if we talk about like who we've had on, if you're just joining us, this is part 2. Facebook limits us to 8, or limits everybody except some gamers apparently. It's okay, but we get 8 hours. So that's why we stopped stream number 1 at whatever time. But we had on Tom Simonetti from the Valley Shakespeare Festival, Kaylee Mahalko from the Electronic Valley. Go to Our Valley CT to see what she's up to and what changes are coming to the Electronic Valley. It's been brought back to life, and it's going to become a more active and even more useful resource for Connecticut's lower
We learned about cryptids this morning.
What were they called?
The Naga monster.
Oh, yeah. That was creepy. Master's Table, we had the great Vinny LaRocca on. We had him on like 11 years ago, and he returned. Master's Table Community Meals, they have moved from Ansonia Assumption Church up to Shelton. So best of luck to our friends at the Master's Table Community Meals. And these are all organizations that if you go to thegreatgive.org, you can donate, you can support them. You can also find the links live now for more than 24 hours on valleyindy.org. We have put in every Valley participating nonprofit that we're aware of. So then we had a great time with Gino DiGiovanni at 12 p.m. Sterling Opera House Commission. He gives a pretty comprehensive update of what's happening there. We had it on the CT hurricanes. Now we're into part 2, right? This is just what we recently had on the last 2 hours.
Yes.
And then we played that video of Christina Walton from the Seymour Oxford Food Bank. I don't know what the food bank is.
And coming up in 3 minutes, I believe we have. Yeah, it's 3:57 right now.
Holy cow! All right, yeah, we're gonna have. This was a lot of fun. For me, it's a short video. It's a short Q&A with 2 students graduating at the top of their class from Derby High School. And it was just like, as Jasmine said earlier, it is just refreshing to sit down with, 2 students and get their perspective on whatever you ask them. They have some good answers to questions. And I tried to with this one, we did this a little different, and maybe this is where this whole thing should be moving. But, I kind of thought out, okay, my exact questions. And then when we do the video, you'll see the questions will flash on screen. There's even a little music. Hopefully we don't get copyright struck, because one of them blatant copyright. I just flat out stole it. I'm just saying, but it's for charity. But, and the idea here is, I don't know, obviously, like these 2 students themselves aren't involved in the Great Give, but it's a chance to sort of just reflect on all the good stuff that's happening on the Valley every day that maybe we're not reporting every day because we're up to our ears in other stuff. So that's the other goal for us during the Great Give. We have to raise $10,000. It's our reader drive. We're fortunate enough to have the Great Give help us to do that. We have as many nonprofits in here as we can, so they can talk about what they do and explain how the public can help. And then we just kind of show what some stuff that the Valley Indy does. We're still we print an honor roll, which is now it's rare. A lot of schools maybe don't send them. A lot of publications, I don't know who does and who does not, but Police Blotter, that used to be a staple of every community newspaper in the United States. Doesn't really happen anymore. A lot of concerns over privacy, concerns over lawsuits, ethics in a lot of places. They just won't do that. But we do police blotters, and we're not putting every single call in there. We're not putting the name of everybody arrested, but it is something, an old fashioned thing that we still do
It's a little snapshot of what's going on in the community and what the police have been up to.
Yeah, I mean police blotters are hugely important because look, I want to know, okay, was there a reported burglary on one block over? It's one thing to know who got arrested, but it's also like what's going on. It's just a way to keep you informed about what's going on with your community, and it's not sensationalized. It's just, I think it's like the most basic information that shouldn't be even up for debate. It should be something we get. And I mean, one of the reasons I invited the Seymour police chief on, John Bugaretti, is because I noticed like he's very, I mean, I don't know if they're still doing it because, the way Facebook is, like sometimes I'll get updates from the Seymour Police Department and then it'll go 6 months and then I'll click on their page. There's 100 updates that I just didn't get shown because of Facebook is Facebook. So, but anyway, there seems to be like a real air of transparency with him. And so I thought, oh, this is an interesting guy. Let's have him on and he can talk about law enforcement in 2026. So, all right. So I'm going to bring up, I forgot it's 4:00. So I will shut up. I'm going to bring up my interview with this is the valedictorian and salutatorian from Derby High School. Just bear with me 1 second. I have to go to YouTube. And I'm just going to make this video live. We probably don't have to make it live. It's unlisted, but I might as well make it live. Better safe than sorry. I did have a thing where I couldn't play a video for whatever reason. And I have to find it. It's Carter and Sarah. That is now public. And I'm going to publish it. Did you just say something? What was that beeping? I heard a beep.
And I just said, woo.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. And I'll go like that. And then I have to click that link. And then I pause it. You can hear me blabbing on right away. And we also got to use some new equipment for this. I did spend in advance of the great give. We spent about $220 on a wireless mic set. And it was wonderful. I think this can like really help us out with press conferences and things like that. So,
yeah, this was a great first demo, and there's probably a lot of future use we can get out of these.
Yeah, I could see this going places. We can do a little more reporting from the field as we used to when the Valley Indy first launched, but we kind of got away from that. So there it is right there. So you can see that, I assume?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. I'm going to shut up. This is only 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Derby High School, and we'll start with what is your name, grade, and what made you famous?
My name is Sarah Porrick. I am in 12th grade. I'm a senior at Derby High School. I'm the salutatorian.
Congratulations.
Here. Thank you.
Sir?
My name is Carter Ruggiero. I'm also at Derby High School, and I'm the valedictorian. Definitely my parents. They've always like supported me. Even my mom was a valedictorian, and so was my sister. So my family was generally a good influence for me.
I would have to say the same. I think my mom is definitely my biggest influence. She's been through a lot. She's an immigrant. She's just amazing. I think just working on yourself. You can't be, the best academically if you're not the best like mentally as well. And also, one tip, as I'm saying this as a procrastinator, do all your work early. It's a big help. It'll make you feel not as overwhelmed.
I'm also a victim to being a procrastinator, but generally a tip that I have is to just, it's kind of stupid, but to focus in classes, because you only have that class time once per day, but you can go and do like socialize with people outside of school whenever. I don't really do that much out of school. I volunteer for stuff if need be. I do student council and stuff like that, so I help set up with events.
My hobbies, I really like jigsaw puzzles, reading, drawing, all that. And then extracurricular, I did some sports. I did soccer, volleyball, and then track and field. My favorite was definitely track and field, though. I have two. Can I say two?
Yes, you can.
I have Okay, my favorite teachers are Mr. Piazza and Miss Shea. So they were my science teacher and then my history teacher as well.
What was it about them that made them rise to the top?
You could just tell like they have so much passion in their teaching, and you can also be really comfortable with them. You're safe with them. You can talk about whatever. If you're going through a hard time or if you just want to chat, they're just there for you all the time.
I only have one. My favorite teacher is Mr. Belly down at the wood tech industry at that end of the school. And the reason why is because he's just really funny. He's also like someone safe that you could talk to. And he kind of just lets you be you. I made a shelf for my house in his class. So it's pretty fun. And he's a pretty funny guy. From high school, my favorite memory is probably that shelf because every day I would look forward to going to that class and working on like fixing the angles or something it was a hexagon shelf. And it was kind of hard to do because it came off the wall. So it was a long project to do. So it was fun to do every day.
I think just meeting all these different kinds of people. I mean, all my friends, all these teachers, they're all incredible people. It's definitely a surreal moment, and it's also kind of scary. I would consider myself more as a quiet person, and just thinking about having to do a graduation speech in front of all those people is very scary for me. But I'll try. I'll try to do my best.
Very similar. I'm a pretty quiet person as well, but it's bittersweet because I like school, but I also like it's cool to graduate. I don't know. Obviously, COVID is pretty impactful, but my favorite just memory in general from schools was all the way in kindergarten, where I was the only one in my class that had recess because I was being a good kid. So I just kind of kept true to that. I tried to be a good kid, and yeah, I guess it worked out.
Was that Bradley or Irving?
It was Bradley.
I don't know. There's a lot of memories, both good and bad. But I think just that first day of high school, it's a scary moment, but it's also very exciting. Just to get the whole vibe of it. And then now we're going off to college, So I am committed to UConn. I'm going to Storrs campus, and my major is going to be political science. And I am hoping to do something in the public policy area of it. I want to work with different communities and try and change policies for the better, especially for minority groups. But I'm pretty much open to anything. I might change my mind in the future. Who knows?
I've also committed to UConn at Storrs, so that's pretty funny. And my major would be in computer science. I just want to do something with computers.
That's it. Thank you so much. All right, there you have it. That was Carter and Sarah from Derby High School. They're number 1 and number 2 graduating seniors, and their graduation is coming up. So I thought they were great. I just had a lot of fun just chatting with them. I like their answers. I like Carter talking about that shelf. That shelf must have been something. And it's something I'm thinking like I can't change a light bulb. No joke. I had to call an electrician, Frank Bellucci from Seymour, as a matter of fact, because I broke a light bulb with my outside light. So I'm not kidding, but just the way it was a hexagon. He kept revealing some little. I didn't do follow-up questions, right? Because I didn't want it to really be that type of interview, right? I wanted it to be concise and question answer. But the way he told that story, he kept like throwing out a little another detail. It was hexagon. It came out of the wall. Like it sounds like he built like the Great Wall of China. And just the fact in 2026, I'm an old man. I never would have guessed, the shop teacher. What he's like, yeah, man, the shop teacher, that was my favorite teacher, and that was just that really warmed my heart. Because I remember that. Like I remember our shop teacher at Somers High School. He was the advisor for the school paper, and he was my favorite too. So I don't know. I love talking to those guys, and we have it now on YouTube. It's live, but I'll probably upload it separately to Twitter and tag Derby High School, because I understand like at 4:00 on a Wednesday, we're not going to get a ton of people watching that video. So, but it won't go to waste. And like I said, their graduation's coming right up.
Yeah, great to hear from them. And also, I just like the answer at the very end of, what's up next? Going to UConn, but kind of open to anything. Haven't figured it out yet. It's like senior year of high school is just a scary time where you feel like you want to get that figured out. But you have so much time. You have so much time to decide. We were talking earlier, maybe it was this morning. I started college as a math major, and now I work in journalism. I pivoted 180 degrees to English. So there's so much time to decide. Bright futures ahead for these kids, and great to hear from them.
Yeah, and time flies. I bet my son is in 10th grade, and it's just crazy how fast time moves. So thinking of their parents too, and how proud they must be. That's awesome that they raised clearly two good kids who did so well. And I've heard, so I was talking to my wife, and she was talking to some other wife, how hard it is to get into UConn stores. Like their acceptance rate, like it's become. You went to Yale, so you're like chatting it. But I went to Iona. Okay, I went to Idiots on North Avenue, where it was essentially the 13th grade. So I'm impressed how well that these kids do. And it's just like Sarah was talking about the first day of high school. Like I remember the first couple of days of high school, and how sort of really flat out terrifying that was. So and then I have son in the 10th grade, so I was just there. I'm watching him go through high school, and it's tough. It's it is what it is. So anyway, like it was, I just really like talking to those two.
Yes, and same with regards to the very beginning of high school. I don't think I really talked to anyone in high school for the first couple of months. Really, it was the marching band where sort of I made my first friends, and that took a little bit. But
yeah, I have like I don't know how this came up, but I was talking to my son last night about, and I was like texting my brother. My first month of high school, it was September 21st. School probably began. We had been in school 3 weeks, probably less. So I'm a freshman, right? And I don't know what the schools were like here, but as a 9th grader, you had to worry about getting put in a dumpster. You had to worry about being put in a locker. You'd have to stay away from a part of the school, because that's where the bullies were. I guess they were the outbackers, right? The dirtbags and the kids who were smoking cigarettes and all that. And we had a murder. We had a student murder a woman on our track.
Oh my goodness!
And so and it was like, just what a way to start the high school. And it was a type of thing where it was the crime happened in the morning during class while gym classes were on this track, but it was so foggy you couldn't see the other side of the walking track. So the kid did it, went back to class. The woman's body was found that evening. He comes back. He went back to school. He comes to school the next day, and then we had the state police were there. And we're like, what's going on? I was one of the kids interviewed because I had second period gym. So it was a whole this is too real, but a little bit of a different experience. I'm glad nothing like that is happening.
Right. That was crazy.
But that was Somers High School back in the day. But I don't know what else I want to say about that. Oh yeah, I know what I want to say. Like there were like opportunities for follow-ups, which just Carter talking about, I think he said either his mother or father. He's like the third valedictorian in his family, which is amazing. Right. So and then Sarah talking about her mom, an immigrant, and like, the stories you hear from people who have backgrounds like that. That was very interesting. So just very cool stuff. So yeah, I guess the next one, it's sort of unannounced. Like we have somebody coming on at 4:30. You just had it's okay to make mistakes. We make mistakes.
Oh, yeah, no,
this is the logistics here is difficult. It's a lot.
Right. There's a whole lot of organizing that goes into the Great Give. I made a scheduling snafu. I messed up. So a great and frequent guest of the Great Give live streams, as well as has been a guest on just the regular Navel Gazing podcast, Tanea Henry from Traveler on a Mission.
Award-winning Navel Gazing podcast, according to the SBJ.
Right. The award-winning Navel Gazing podcast. But yeah, a returning guest does really wonderful work. And heads up Traveler on a Mission. It's an Ansonia-based nonprofit which helps provide hygiene supplies and education, sort of in partnership with a lot of the food banks. So, where you might see non-perishable food stock.
And that's the strength. Like we haven't said it thus far, but when I was hired at the Valley Indy, I went and I met Jamie Cohen, who was then the CEO of the Valley Community Foundation and a key reason why the Valley Indy exists. And he was telling me like the way the nonprofits work together in the Valley is unique.
Yes.
And you see that during the Great Give. You'll see everyone's working together. Even the Connecticut Hurricanes, we go and we do food deliveries. So we try to be useful, and that you see that again and again and again. That these organizations are not silos unto themselves, but they work together and coordinate to tackle issues in the Valley, whether it be the breast cancer rate this community was plagued with, what eventually resulted in the breast cancer center at Griffin Hospital. It was organizational meetings like Valley Health and Human Services, where all the nonprofits got together. They've tackled asthma and food insecurity has been the big one of the last few years.
Right, like pick a nonprofit in the Valley, go to their Facebook page, scroll down a few posts. You'll probably see some sort of collaboration with another nonprofit.
And then when you look at the donors during the Great Give, it's all people who are in nonprofits, a lot of times donating and supporting other nonprofits. That's pretty amazing.
Yes, 100%. And so yeah, just as an example of this, Traveler on a Mission, if you go to a food bank and maybe you see like some hygiene products stocked, that's their niche. That's what they're really good at. They had a recent we had Tanea Henry on a podcast recently to talk about, and we'll touch on this when we have her on again here in a moment, but in partnership with a couple of Ansonia schools, there was a hygiene product drive where they collected a bunch of hygiene products and they built sculptures out of them. And after those sculptures were built and displayed, and the kids made some super cool stuff. I think they made like an Eiffel Tower and a heart that was really well put together. But after they made these sculptures, they would like take the products back down, and they would, and then those would end up being donated to the food pantries. So just really cool work that Traveler on a Mission does. And I messed up with the scheduling. I asked if she wanted to join during the Great Give. And she said, yes, sounds great. I didn't see her response. So I thought we never got responded to. At first, I forgot to include her in the schedule because of my own mistake. And then I got a confirmation email from her this morning while we were on air, right before we broke for lunch, actually. She said, hey, does this time still work? And I went, oh no.
And it happens. And that's one of the reasons we try to do top of the hour. We do have some flexibility. I mean, this is working out because we had a short one, that DHS, the two kids one was only 6 minutes and 30 seconds. But they packed a heck of a lot into 6 minutes and 30 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm happy we're able to accommodate. We still do. I got to reach out. We usually have Jay Carlucci on at the very end. I haven't reached out to him yet because I feel like bad always pestering him. But we usually have Jay, the Dewdrop from Derby, come in or by the phone or whatever and kind of give us a year in review, because he's an entrepreneur and gives us a little slice of what it's like to do business.
It's been a big year for the Dewdrop Inn.
Has it?
I thought, didn't they recently get some sort of recognition, or was that further in the past?
They might have. I mean, it's consistently busy. I mean, they do have they use the parking lot sort of across the street from them, and it's always full. You know, I never hear anything but good things about the Dewdrop, and and mainly a big part of that is because they got rid of the losers like me. They got rid of me hanging out there and stealing ketchup bottles. So that's coming up in about 10 minutes. And is it hot in here or is it just me? Because I'm like dying.
I don't. It's weird. I don't feel hot, but I feel like it is objectively a little warm, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and my fan just died. So I'm going to try to reconnect this, and I might step out briefly and just get some fresh air. I do find, like, if we walk around a little outside,
it's like helps. A reset button.
Yeah. Because I was really starting to drag before lunch, and now I've sort of lost track of time. But that's all right. I'll survive. We did get a new donation in. I just saw. I will quickly shout out Mr. Albert Mizowitz. Thank you so much. A Derby resident donated $200. Thank you so much, Albert. I very much appreciate it. I know Albert, Mr. Mizowitz, was on. I don't know if he's still on. I'm not sure. I missed the last Derby P&Z, but he was on Derby P&Z for a lot of years. And I like watching land use boards. You know what I mean? I find that interesting, the things they try to tackle and the things they try to accomplish, and especially in a place like Derby, where, because I got raised on the local news level in front of planning boards that were very anti anything, because it was Upper Westchester, New York. Well, now they call it North, and they don't call it Upper anymore, but it was always Upper because it was, it was snooty and very wealthy, and so they're planning P&Zs. You couldn't build anything, right? And they had the backing of most of the towns we covered were in New York City watershed, so it's reservoirs. So you really couldn't build anything. So it was such a contrast to go from like there. And then every member of the planning board, those communities, seemed to be a lawyer. Like they had, what I mean? Everybody, and in fact, all of town government, it was a lot of lawyers. I don't say that as a bad thing, because, but it was just interesting because they didn't want economic development because everybody worked in like New York City and there was bedroom communities. And so, then coming here and these towns are really trying to get things off the ground and trying to lure investment, as Derby has for many years, to their downtown redevelopment zone. And a programming note, Mayor DiMartino and Derby Financial Director Brian Hall are scheduled to come on tomorrow. Let me just check the time right now, because that made me think of another question to ask.
It's around 1 p.m. or so, right? In the afternoon? Something.
Yeah, here it is. Sorry, I couldn't find that. Yeah, 1 p.m. tomorrow. Derby Mayor Joseph DiMartino and Finance Director Brian Hall. Because one of the things they've been trying to do is, it became evident at some point, I believe they were told by investors who were trying to get financing or interested in trying to do something in their redevelopment zone. The redevelopment zone is, of course, the land between Main Street / Route 34, in Derby, between south of Main Street and the Housatonic River right there, that they've been trying to get going for years. And they did purchase the scrapyard. There's a big scrapyard that investors were saying, like, hey, we can't really invest in this. So you've got an unsightly scrapyard, and people don't want to, banks won't give us the money to do what we need to do because that's there. So that has been purchased. The land has been purchased by the city. There has been this effort to, where do you relocate the tenant? Because that's actually, the scrapyard business is actually a tenant. And I guess the rules of the road are you can't just toss them out. Because I know eminent domain was something that was talked about. But I will just get the latest status of that, because that's and some of what I might have said, I'm sure there's probably 6 people who are like, that's not how it's happening. This thing, it's ping-ponged all over the place. And the narrative has changed a little bit over the years, and then it was controversial for a while. So we'll get an idea of the latest, and then we'll talk about the Derby ratings agency looking more favorably upon the city of Derby after they, they had their second economic recovery plan in a decade, and it involved, using the ARPA money that they had left over. It involved raising the mill rate in order to get Derby on a better path financially. And now we're in a position where, like, we had that reval, the average property assessment went up 60% in Derby. They phased in that assessment. And the plan now is that if they can sort of use the extra revenue from the new assessments to stabilize the budget, lower the mill rate, they're saying every year Derby will be more stable financially, which is obviously a good news for everybody, including the other towns. You know, everybody needs to thrive financially, hopefully. So maybe we'll talk about that a little bit as well. You know, one of the, well, I guess that's assuming, like, they got this guy, Brian Hall, who seems to pretty much know how to, you know, he seems pretty good at his job, and he seems qualified for it. So he's laid out this plan, but it's up to Derby government to stick to it. You know, I guess that's the big unknown.
Brian
Derby
Hall,
is a city.
also a
Derby
recent
likes
guest of
to
the
switch
podcast.
mayors. I just want to throw that in there. They like to, the electorate likes change. So what did you say? I stepped on you.
Oh, I was just saying, Brian Hall, also a recent guest of the award-winning podcast.
That's right. He probably got it. It was like, this guy knows his stuff. Look at him school that idiot reporter on municipal refinancing. Third place. Yeah, we did. We won an award for navel gazing. I don't remember what I submitted. I know, like, maybe it was on something like 600 entities entered the SBJ contest, and I think they said something like 254 awards were given out. So you should be patting yourself on the back, Jasmine, right? As should Gene Falbo-Sosnovich for snagging a couple of those.
Woo.
So that's that. We've got 4 minutes here. I'm really, like, maybe I feel like I'm overheating, but I might let you tackle this one by your lonesome, maybe, since you're way more familiar. And I would say my only advice would be, like, don't worry about repeating. You know, you can't expect that everyone saw the interview you just did with Traveler on a Mission 2 weeks ago. So it's perfectly fine.
Right. But yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that again, as well as just, you know, sort of the standard fare. What is Traveler on a Mission hoping to raise this great give? What sorts of goals are you going for? Oh, and it looks like our guest is in the backstage right now. Hi, Tanea. We see you back there. You're not live yet. I can see you. Can't hear you. No, the audience can't see
I
or
would
hear
say
you
so,
yet.
Jasmine. I'm gonna mute my camera.
Okay.
Not my audio, and I'm gonna step out of something, get something to drink. And I think it's fine, since this one was unscheduled. We can go at 4:27. She doesn't have to wait the full 3 minutes. Though it is important for those other ones that we stick to our time. Now, can I do this? So, because I know if I leave, it's just like a bookkeeping. If I leave the stream, you won't be heard.
Correct. I think what you have to do is just.
I'm going to do what I just did. I just turned my camera
Perfect.
off, and now I'm going to put my headphone down, and I'm going to let you do your thing. And I'm going to try to charge this battery.
Sounds good. Just minimizing our odds of technical issues.
Yes.
So, Tanea, are you ready backstage? Just, like, throw a quick thumbs up if so. Awesome. I will go ahead and bring you on then. Hello. Oh, well, I guess I'll do the reintroduction here in just a moment. But joining us now is Tanea Henry, who runs Traveler on a Mission, a nonprofit based in Ansonia that helps provide hygiene products, helps stock the food pantries with hygiene products, leads hygiene education seminars, stuff like that. And without further ado, who are you? What do you do? And what are you doing this great give?
Hey, how are you? So glad to be back with you. So yes, I'm Tanea with Traveler on a Mission. I founded the organization 6 years ago. It'll be August will make 7 years. And we provide hygiene products, and we are looking this great give to really keep expanding our mission. Currently, we're in 7 locations throughout the Lower Naugatuck Valley, but we're hoping to grow, and we need the support in order to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just talking earlier about my whole scheduling snafu, which sort of led to things being moved around, and how appreciative we are of you for sort of bearing with us on that. What are I mean, you don't have to list them all off the top of your head, but what are some of the locations that you're at currently?
So we service through the food pantry system. So it's from Spooner House down to Seymour Oxford Food Pantry and the towns in between. And we also have we call them pantry partners is with Team as well, Team Inc. So
Wonderful. And we talked about this the most recent time that you were on the podcast. We had talked a little about a recent initiative that you had done with Ansonia Schools, and we have a few more viewers now than we did a couple of weeks ago, just because it's that time of year. So I was just wondering if you could sort of reintroduce us a little to that hygiene drive, sort of what the idea behind it was and how it went.
Sure, it was done. It's called a soap sculpture. And so, what the schools could do from elementary to high school, and the students collect items, collect hygiene items, and they take those items and build a structure out of it. And the structure kind of talks about what their feeling is towards the community and how they feel about helping those in their community that are in need. So after the collection and then after the building of the sculpture, we disassemble it and we bring it back to our location. And those items we are able to distribute throughout the lower Naugatuck Valley.
Wonderful. And I still have one of the pictures saved in our system, so I'm just going to pull that up very briefly. This is the Eiffel Tower.
The Eiffel Tower.
We were talking about how cool it was earlier, and these pictures on the bottles, these are teachers, right? Am I remembering correctly?
Yes, teachers holding baguettes.
Right, because of the French theme.
Right.
So it seems like the kids had a lot of fun with it while doing good.
They did. This was our first year doing it. It's something that has been in the planning for Traveler on a Mission for about a year to get it all together. And Ansonia School District was nice enough to be the kickoff. But this is open to all the school districts and public or private schools. Also after school programs. So anyone who wants to have the kids show their way of impact and helping the community, this is a really great initiative.
Awesome. So still open going forward. Now, I just going back a little, sort of talking big picture, what was sort of the initial spark back in 2019 whenever you founded Traveler on a Mission? And while you talk, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the great give link for Traveler on a Mission so that we can put it in the chat. But what was sort of what was the start like? What led you to get involved in the nonprofit sphere in this way? And how were those initial years?
The initial years were, exploratory, I call them. It was a lot of learning curves. My background is purchasing and logistics, but the work is still kind of the same. It's just better to impact the community. And I just really saw a need. And that's why I founded the organization, just seeing that there are so many individuals that struggle with basic needs, and hygiene accessibility is one of the basic needs that I feel is very important for getting jobs or getting other services and just feeling your best every day when you step out to do those different activities in the greater community.
Right. And this is I mean, we've talked on these podcasts for a couple of years now, but whenever I first encountered Traveler on a Mission, I felt like it was really the first organization I had seen filling this particular niche, meeting this particular need. And it seems like it's something that maybe gets overlooked a little, but hygiene access is also very important, both for health reasons and for just general self-confidence whenever you're walking into a job interview or stuff like that. And yeah, I was just wondering if you wanted to talk a little bit more as to that side of things,
Yeah. So I definitely so there are not any that I know of organizations that are specifically focused on hygiene access. So, and hygiene for us goes way beyond toothbrush, toothpaste, and things like that. We have adult diapers, so incontinence supplies. We also do underwear and socks and anything that's close to your skin that really needs to be changed frequently. We provide those products as well, along with your um deodorant and things like that. But we just try to look at hygiene as an overall health benefit to the client and to the community.
Absolutely. And Traveler on a Mission has seen some exciting growth over the last couple of years. You have you have your office space, and we talked a little bit last time about volunteers, both the needs for them and what you need volunteers for, because there are a couple of different things. I was just wondering if you wanted to touch on that again. Do you need volunteers? If so, how can people help?
So yes, we are always looking for volunteers. So since we service families, we don't make a lot of kits. So we don't use the travel size or anything like that. So a lot of the help that would be in our office would be to just really make sure that the products that we have that we got in are in good condition, that they're new, because we only give out new full size products. And the also volunteers can help during the holidays. We have a stocking stuffing when we fill stockings, Christmas stockings with hygiene products. And they can also help. We have coming up our Christmas in July, which would be our 3rd year. And that needs a lot of volunteers. And this year we'll be serving hot food. So they can come see Santa. They can go through our shopping area and pick up new items. I know we have new sheets this year. We have blazers for gentlemen. We have new shoes. So everything is brand new. Everything is donated. And just all parts of hygiene. So cleaning your sheets is also part of hygiene, and replacing those bed sheets as well. So they can come, we'll have a bounce house. And so it's a lot of fun.
It's exciting. Christmas in July coming up. Is this at the office in Ansonia?
No, actually it's going to be on 96 Central Street. So it's right behind Julia Daycare.
Okay.
And it's at Clinton Church, 96 Central Street in Ansonia. And it's from 11 to 3, July 18th, which is a Saturday.
Wonderful, wonderful. And you said this is the 3rd year of Christmas in July.
Yeah. And everything is completely free. There's no entrance fee. Just come enjoy yourself. And there's going to be other resources there as well, other community resources. So we're working on getting all of that lined up, but that would be there as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And one thing I've always been impressed by is just the Traveler on a Mission website. I'm just going to pull it up for a second. It is just such a nice website, such a nice place to get information about what's going on. And there's a Traveler on a Mission newsletter, right?
Yes. So that goes out monthly.
Okay, gotcha. And can people sign up for that on the website?
Yeah, they could sign up for the newsletter. They can also sign up for the volunteering. And if they wanted information about the soap sculpture, they can get that information as well. So everything is basically there, but don't hesitate to call. I like to talk to everybody. So please, you could always reach us on our social media as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I'm gonna pan back over now, but this is toamission.org. Lots of wonderful information here. And a very nice looking website. So what is there sort of further expansion that Traveler on a Mission wants to do sort of in the next year? What are your plans looking like going forward?
So going forward, we are looking to partner with more pantries. That's going further. So we're looking to head basically down Route 8 So we're starting to build relationships in either Naugatuck, Beacon Falls, that area, so they can also have access to hygiene products as well. We are on Unite Us, which is a platform if different agencies in the valley have clients that have emergency needs regarding hygiene. We could also service that as well.
Great, great. And another sort of big picture-ish question that just sort of floated into my head, but I've talked now with a couple of people from different food pantries, those sort of organizations. Christina Walton from Seymour Oxford Food Bank, and when we were talking, she had said, there was a government shutdown towards the end of last year. SNAP and food stamps briefly expired, and there was a big spike in demand then for the services that food pantries provide. And she said that since then, it hasn't really come back down. Prices for everything are still high. I don't know if you've tried to refill your car lately. I just don't drive if I can at all help it. But I was wondering, sort of on your end of things, since you're pretty closely connected with a lot of these pantries, does this affect sort of your operations too? Is this something that you're seeing? Has there been an increase in demand over the last several months?
Absolutely. It's I can definitely tell that the food pantries are taking in more clients. So when we distribute products, we keep track of it. We have an inventory system and we, kind of see how things are going. And I do check in on the pantries in between times, and they're just going through so many products. Not just food, but the hygiene products as well. So it is tough. And then with the prices, I'm not sure what they're putting in deodorant now, but the price is just astronomical.
Little
And
flakes of gold hidden somewhere in
I,
there.
I, you know what? I think so, because I just can't quite seem to figure out that pricing from what it used to be. So it has been difficult to keep shelves stocked, and that's why we do a lot of hygiene drives. And that's how companies and individuals and organizations can support the work we do. If you're in the store and you see something on sale, I always say, if you don't mind picking it up, some body wash or deodorant, especially, we would always be happy to receive it, even if you're not doing a hygiene drive. There are a lot of supporters that just drop stuff off. Might be a bag here and there, but it still makes such a big impact for the people that we serve.
Wonderful. So that's a very simple and very concrete way that people can help out. And for businesses or organizations you had mentioned who are interested in maybe hosting hygiene drives, what's the best way to do that? Is it give you a call, or is there a form or something?
You could give me a call or send an email, or you could go on the website again as well and fill out the hygiene drive inquiry form. And it's really simple. We provide the bin, we provide the signage so everyone knows in your organization what the items are that we're collecting, that we're always in need of. And you can hold the bin up to 30 days. Some people do more, some people do less. Collect as much as you like, and we come and pick it up.
Wonderful, wonderful. And one last just sort of logistical question I have is, I might have asked this last time too, and my memory is horrible, but is demand pretty consistent throughout the year, or does it sort of rise and fall at different points in the year?
It's pretty steady. We've noticed that usually like January, February, after the holidays, that's when we see a little bit more requests.
Gotcha. That's I think that's all of the questions that I had. Is there anything else you want to touch on that maybe we've missed, or anything else that you want to plug regarding upcoming events, anything of that nature?
Nope, just the Christmas in July. Hopefully everyone can come outside and enjoy the day with us. And we're always looking for volunteers. So if you want to spend an hour once in a while, we'll always be welcome to have you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Tanea, for joining us again, and thank you for working with my scheduling issues. Super appreciative of your flexibility on that. And thank you for all of the work that you do and for being a guest here on the podcast today.
All right. Well, thank you, and I appreciate you.
Take care.
All righty. Bye.
Remove here. Then I'm going to unceremoniously hit the kick button. But oh, great. Okay, cool. So that worked out. But yeah, so that was Tanea Henry from Traveler on a Mission. They are fundraising on the Great Give right now. There's a link in the chat. They also have a very, very nice website that you can check out to for ways to get involved, to stay in the loop. toamission.org. It's just a beautiful website. And I didn't immediately see it, but I think you can subscribe for the newsletter on that website. Great organization, great organizer, and yeah, thank you so much to Tanea Henry again, both for the work that you do, for joining us on the podcast, and for dealing with my last second schedule changes.
Yeah, that was cool. That was a good interview, and thank you to Tanaya for taking her time to chat with us. We've been live now for part 2 for 3 hours and 38 minutes, minus the lunch stream portion of this. And we were live earlier today for 5 hours and 49 minutes. So our next guest is going to be on at the top of the hour. It's 4:45 at exactly 5 p.m. We'll be joined by Ansonia children's librarian Jen Stewart. Is she still the children's librarian, or is
she is the librarian? She's the library director now.
Library director.
Yes.
Okay. Apologize for that. But
she was the longtime children's librarian, and then just recently became the overall library director.
And sort of most recently, she received an award from the Connecticut Library Association. She won the Faith, I don't know how to say this last name, Hectoan, the Faith Hectoan Award, which is the highest honor a Connecticut children's librarian can receive in the state of Connecticut. So that's pretty cool. We'll talk about that.
That was really, that award came out of, I think they're like, the Ansonia Library and Jen Stewart really made some waves with this partnership that they've been doing with the Traveling Toy Library, which is essentially what it sounds like. It is a library for toys for children, and it's a really neat way to make sure that kids have access to them. And we're going to learn more about it here shortly. She also had an appearance on the Kelly Clarkson show. That was last year, right? I think.
Yeah, I actually have it pulled up. That was well, we have a story on it from July 2025.
Okay, gotcha. So that
free toy libraries give kids access to 70,000 toys. And it had how many? This thing had 1 million views.
Right.
If I remember correctly, yeah. Well, oh wait, no, of 4,000 views. I don't know where I got 1 million from, but looks pretty. It's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah,
Kelly Clarkson show. Oh, Kelly Clarkson has 3 million subscribers. That's what it was.
so that that made some waves, rippled out, and also just the Ansonia Library has a lot of active programming. There's a lot of events and stuff that get sent out, and I'm very excited to hear from Jen Stewart, who I think this is her first time on our Great Give live stream.
I think so. Yeah.
I don't think we've had anyone from the Ansonia Library on for the couple of years that I've been here. So
yeah, in the past we've had Derby Neck Library was on once. We had Derby Public Library on once. So you're correct.
Yeah, so very excited to hear from her. And I'm going to briefly trade off to you. I'm going to run to the restroom again real quick.
Okay, I'm going to bring up the Ansonia Library donation page on thegreatgive.org. You can also find this on valleyindy.org. Wait, no results.
Yeah, I am not. I'll double check, and also we can ask her, but I'm not sure if there's an affiliated nonprofit for this Great Give.
Oh, okay. I assume a friends group was actively.
That's what I thought at first too. I see Friends of Derby Public Library. I see Friends of the Ansonia Nature Center, but I don't see Friends of the Ansonia.
Oh, okay. Well, still, nonetheless, she won a statewide award for her job. And she is in the city of Ansonia. We cover the city of Ansonia.
She's a newsmaker. That's the other side of what we do.
Newsmaker. Yeah. Tastemaker. Influencer. Jasmine's leaving me at the exact moment. I have run out of things to say.
Donate.valleyindy.org.
So I will say donate.valleyindy.org. We do have tons of stuff going on in the Valley. Pulled a whole bunch of, let's just see, what's this? We talked about this earlier, but coming up, Help Ansonia High School Softball Strikeout Pancreatic Cancer, happening Wednesday, May 13th, 6 p.m. at Nolan Softball Field. Join Ansonia and Walcott Softball in wearing purple. All proceeds go to Project Purple, whose mission is to improve the lives of patients through research for early detection and curative treatments, along with patient financial aid. Project Purple, by the way, is across the hall. I can actually see their door from where I'm sitting. They're based in Seymour, and they're also somebody you can donate to during the Great Give by searching them in the search box at thegreatgive.org. Save the date, Ansonia High School class of 1976, 50-year reunion, slated for Friday, September 25th, 2026 at the Birchwoods of Oak Lane Country Club over in Woodbridge. For planning purposes, you can RSVP. Well, you see those. Search like the Ansonia Community Group, and you can get those emails. I'm just sharing the basics. Again, the Ansonia Memorial Day Parade is coming up. We mentioned this earlier, but if you're looking to march in the Ansonia Memorial Day Parade, 2 p.m. Sunday, May 24th, contact the mayor's office, 203-736-5900. Earlier, we had the Connecticut Hurricanes on. They have a Veterans Appreciation concert coming up, and it's at the Seymour Middle School Auditorium on May 9th, 6 p.m. May 9th. You can see the Connecticut Hurricanes in action. And they have a whole bunch. Wow, that's a whole show. That's a pretty stacked lineup there. They got Connecticut Hurricanes Drum and Bugle, Connecticut Alumni Drum and Bugle, Crusaders Senior Drum and Bugle. A lot of different things going on. There's going to be a food truck there selling burgers, hot dogs, great family day. And the Connecticut Hurricanes also support the Seymour Oxford Food Bank, who was also on this stream about an hour or two ago. So we had Danny Staferi on. He's great. I love to hear him talk about his connection to music and specifically these marching bands. It's good stuff. We have that rabies clinic. I'm going to be getting my kids immunized. They're going to be getting their rabies shots. Oh, no, this is for dogs and cats. Sorry about that. But there's a rabies clinic coming up at the Woodbridge Regional Animal Control. Woodbridge has become regional. We should probably reach out. You know what we never do is because we're such internet losers. We should pay a visit to Woodbridge because they cover Seymour animal complaints, Derby animal complaints. We should stop over just on our own time and get a tour of the place one of these days, Jasmine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't even know where Woodbridge is.
I mean, I mostly know where Woodbridge is just because I drive right past Massara Community Farm every time I'm going to meet school for the Board of Ed meetings.
So it's in the area of Ansonia.
Yeah, that is the extent I know of Woodbridge.
So, but they're having a rabies clinic, $20 cash or check, May 30th, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., 135 Bradley Road, in the mysterious town of Woodbridge, which is in Connecticut, right?
I believe so. Some even say it's in New Haven County.
Nice. Derby Elks, they got an event coming up, right? May 16th, a jukebox matchup. What do you guess that? What do you think that is?
Well, there's only one way to find out, and it's May 16th at 7 p.m. Because I don't know.
Right. So you're just guessing. You're just swinging at nothing right there. And we got the all important. I'm just laughing at the fact that I downloaded the Boys and Girls Club fair that starts tomorrow, but I uploaded the work opportunity. So if you want to be a carny, work opportunity. Coleman Brothers Carnival is happening May 7th to the 17th at Veterans Memorial Park in Shelton. I brought my son to that and my daughter. We always had a good time when they were younger. Also, go to the Boys and Girls Club page because everyone's asking about how do I get the wristbands and all that good stuff. If you go to the Boys and Girls Club of the Lower Naugatuck Valley Facebook page, they have all the information. I shared a link earlier, and actually, if you click the link, it would bring you to that information. Ansonia Animal Shelter, they have a Women's Day event coming up.
It's going to be at the Senior Center, to be clear. I made this, I accidentally said animal shelter earlier. It's to benefit the animal shelter.
Oh, okay.
But the event is at the senior center.
They're gonna have vendors. They got $5 care bags for kids. I should probably be wearing my glasses. I can't read anything. Free coloring pictures, tea samples, candy, amazing food by the Hillside Cafe and Pub. May 9th, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the aforementioned Senior Center, 65 Main Street, Ansonia. I forgot Ansonia has a new senior center in the same complex as the police department. I totally forgot that. So our guest is here. Should we bring Jen on 6 minutes early? I'm out of stuff to say. I'm done, Jasmine.
Well, I was just going to ask real quick, and maybe we can bring her on in a moment. Also, hi, Jen Stewart. You're backstage right now, so Eugene and I can see you. We cannot hear you, and no one in the audience can see or hear you. But we're acknowledging your presence. We know you're here. Great. I was just going to ask, have you
keep going? You got 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Have you been to the senior center in Ansonia, the new one?
No, I never have. I've only been to like the outside of the police department. I went there once. There was something going on, and I just went in there to talk to somebody. But I don't know if I actually didn't penetrate the bowels of the building yet. No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's pretty swanky. It's nice. It's just 1 floor above the police station. It always confuses me because I think they say it's the 2nd floor, but you have to take 3 flights of stairs to get up to it. There's a weird floor situation there. But it's nice. They sometimes, whenever there are large public meetings, that's the go-to place to sort of reschedule them to.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I'm pretty much out of stuff to say too. So
yeah, why don't we bring our guest on? How about you do all you cover the city of Ansonia? I just watch. So you can do all the nice intros and all that good stuff.
So true. And let me just double check real quick. Jen, can we get like a thumbs up if you're ready to come on? Okay, great. We have the thumbs up. So our next guest is the director of the Ansonia Library. She's made some waves through a partnership that the library has done with the Traveling
In a good
Toys.
way. In a good way, you're saying.
It made some great waves for a partnership with the Traveling Toys Library. Has a lot of other just awesome programming.
She's
at the
buddies
library.
with Kelly Clarkson.
Oh, so true. Yeah, I think they're like BFFs. We'll hear more about that shortly. And also just provides lots of updates on cool programming that is happening at the library. Please welcome Jen Stewart. Hi, Jen.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, nice
Happy
to meet
be
you.
here. Thanks for having me.
I don't think we've ever had you on before, right? I don't
No.
think you've been on our podcast. Yeah, welcome.
No, it's my first time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, welcome. So I gave my best shot at doing a quick little introduction, but I'll turn the floor over to you. Who are you? What do you do? What is the Ansonia Library famous for?
Wow. Okay, that's a lot. I'm Jen Stewart. I was the former children's librarian here, and in October became the director. Excited to bring new programming to both children's and adults now. I'm a Gemini. I love movies. The Ansonia Library is famous for being just the heart and soul of our city. We're turning 130 years in August, and so we are entering our celebratory year with a lot of future programming coming just to celebrate throughout the year, turning 130 years old.
And then one of the hooks, I think, although I didn't arrange this interview, but you received the highest honor a Connecticut children's librarian can receive. You won, and I'm going to mispronounce the last name, but I believe it's called the Faith Hectoan Award.
Yep, the Faith Hectoan Award. Yep, for career achievement. So
congratulations on that.
You.
I mean, that is, for the Valley to have one of our local librarians take that home that's great for all of us. So congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a great honor, and it was a really nice surprise. So it was nice to be appreciated in a room full of peers. So it was a thrill. So thank you.
like the Academy Awards for the Connecticut Library System, right? Because all the other, because I know I pay attention to Derby Neck Library, and they were up there like, hey, we got to cut some of our programs short. We got a big shindig to go to, put on by the Connecticut Library Association. Because obviously, I mean, libraries are so important. I live within walking distance of Derby Neck Library, and I can see it's a little community center. Everybody passes through. There's so much happening at our libraries.
It's true. And Eugene, I appreciate you saying that, because libraries have had to become something different. It's not what you may have been used to even 20 years ago. We've had to pivot and sort of reinvent ourselves. Because now we're more of a community hub, and we offer programming more so than ever, right? Like, you have to find what the needs are of the community and kind of fill that niche. The other thing is that the libraries within us, all libraries work together. So we are sort of pairing off of one another, and we all supply each other with a great jumping off point for future programs. So we try to inspire one another and work together and collaborate. So it's sort of like, I come from a teaching background. So if you've ever taught or have had teachers in your life, you know that the tag teaming in a classroom where you're sort of like feeding ideas off of one another. Sometimes it can kind of feel a little isolating when you work in a small library, because there's not that many people to bounce ideas off of. So it's nice that libraries in general in Connecticut kind of feed each other off with all of these collaboratory, between having meetings with the Connecticut Library Association, the workshops that are provided through the state library. So we try to sort of brainstorm together and then take it back to your own little pod and work on it. So but I appreciate you saying that libraries are important, because I feel the same way.
Yeah, absolutely. Jasmine,
and so does Kelly Clarkson.
Yes. Good singer, talk show, and loves libraries, right?
That's right.
And I'm going to jump back to that here in just a second. I just wanted to also shout out like the collaboration that seems to happen in Connecticut libraries, because that's not universal throughout the country. It's, the interlibrary loan program throughout Connecticut seems to be really strong. It's great that you can pick up a book at one library and drop it off at another. And so coming back to Kelly Clarkson and also the Children's Library Award, because these are all sort of connected. I'm going to just, scroll through a couple of images, which thank you so much for sending some visual aids in.
Sure.
Here we are, the Kelly Clarkson Show. So this was also, this was an appearance that you made, and this was to talk about the partnership with the Traveling Toys Library. And I was just wondering, I won't make you repeat the entire talk show appearance, but could you sort of give us?
Oh, we got time. What are you talking about?
That's so true. We do have time. Repeat the whole appearance. What is
the 36-hour fundraiser?
Are you telling me I need to stretch?
No, actually, I'm just being an idiot.
So Traveling Toys is a nonprofit that we partnered with. They actually reached out to us and asked if we would be interested in receiving funding for a toy library. Nobody ever really cold calls you saying we want to give you money for things. So I kind of thought, like, scam, this is not a real thing. And then when I sort of reached out to another library that was already participating in the program and kind of fleshed out the idea, like, where's the catch? How does it work? And they were just like, nope, this is a thing. They provide you with everything. They seek the funding out for you. They actually provided us with a list of toys that we could choose from based on our needs here in Ansonia. And it was exactly what they said it was. So then fast forward after, 18 months, 2 years of providing the toy library for Ansonia, they had applied to be on a segment called Rad Humans on the Kelly Clarkson Show. And then I had to make a video saying, they call it a Hi Kelly video. So I had to make a video, they submitted it. And then it was a matter of, like, 3 days later, you find out or you don't find out. So they did an interview, kind of like what we're doing, to see if they if I wasn't nervous in front of a camera kind of thing. And then they brought us in. So it was a great experience, and it wasn't anything that I'd ever done before. So I was a little bit nervous, but
really, in all those, in all the still images they released, you look like you were doing it your whole life. Like you look like you ran the talk show. I was
what
like,
is
wow.
that saying? Fake it till you make it, right?
Now you've got like professional headshots for the rest of your career. Here's me.
I know,
Kelly
that's
Clarkson.
my obituary photo.
Jen Stewart getting dark. I like that. That's funny.
And I think I remember there was like a show schedule or something that was posted at one point. I don't remember which page this was on, but it looked intense. All of the work that went into making that appearance. How was the day of?
It was exciting. We each had our own dressing room with like our name on it and everything. So that was just kind of bizarre. We did have an idea of the questions that they were going to ask. So I just sort of read through those a little bit, and then they sent us to hair and makeup and got that done. And then everything, they put you through. If you've ever watched 30 Rock, like that whole back set scene, it's exactly what it looked like. So I kind of felt like I knew where I was going just based on watching that show. I did have one moment where I sort of got like dry mouth real quick, and it was right before the doors opened for me to go out, and I just sort of was like, does anybody have like a water or anything? And there was a very nice lady with a headset that she kind of flipped down and was like, I need a water. And then a water appeared out of nowhere, and I went to grab it, and they slapped my hand away and just put it to my mouth, and I took a sip, and then they pulled it back, and I was like, okay.
Wow. And then you're out there ready to punch somebody. That's
and
like
then the doors open, and then you walk out. Yeah, so it
wow,
was
like a gladiator.
Was exciting and fun and a little bit nervous, but it worked out okay. And Kelly is exactly what you think she would be. She was super down to earth. She was very complimentary of the ladies and their program, and she was very nice. And she
That's
has
nice
a potty
hear.
mouth though. She swears like a trucker. Yeah, like
no.
Yes.
In what context? Why is she cursing in front of librarians? Like, what would prompt that? What does she do?
If she messes up, she's dropping F-bombs. Like she's got a potty mouth.
Hold on, I'm gonna sell this to TMZ. That'll be we'll cross our goal by selling info to TMZ. Hey, Kelly Clarkson curses like a sailor. I don't know if we can say that anymore. Did you get to bring any like your family or anything like that with you, or is it more?
Yeah, they did. They provided the car service for myself and my husband, and my daughter was able to come too. So that was kind of fun.
Oh, that's awesome. So that. I mean, I don't. How old was she when she attended the taping?
She was a senior in high school.
Oh, okay. So she's gonna remember it. That's a cool thing to have.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if I'm not saying 6-year-olds don't enjoy to see Kelly Clarkson, but it's something that's going to stick with you when you're a little older. So that's really cool.
Yeah, no, she was there, so it was fun. It's also kind of nice to be on, as a mom, used to being like sitting in the stands watching your kids do things. So it's kind of fun for that flip for the reverse. So that was the first time that had ever happened. So that was kind of a trippy experience, but yeah.
And so now coming back to Ansonia and just sort of as this partnership has had time to develop, how's it going? Have you been able to see the impact of this partnership on the families who come to the library? Has there been a lot of outreach?
Yeah,
there has been outreach. I've seen it, but
we've had a lot of toy circulations, and additionally, like things that I didn't realize but make total sense once we started the program. There's a lot of parents who rely on grandparents to watch their children during the day in the summertime, especially. So they're spending a lot of time at a grandparent's house, but maybe their grandparents don't have toys still sitting around the house, so you're schlepping things back and forth. But for this, they don't have to buy the toy. They can borrow it from us, and every week they can get, something new. So the stock is always being rotated, right? So there's been that piece of it that was interesting. And then the other piece is our toys are available for everyone, but we have the children's library toys, and then we have the teen toys as well. And so that's been interesting as well, because it's kind of hard if you're not part of the conversation, and you're not playing the video game. Maybe you don't have access to the video game at home, and so we have it here, and you can connect with your peers as a high school student. You know, they can connect with their peers because they have access to the same things that maybe, you know, financially maybe they would not have at home, but they can borrow it from us. So it makes them part of the conversation, which, as we know, in high school always feels much better when you're part of the crowd.
Yeah, and sometimes like we were joking earlier about like Roblox and stuff like that, but there is a like this the social element for kids today. You know, I think video games get a bad rap a lot of times, but it's important socially. I think for some kids. I mean, I'm speaking for my own son. You know, yeah, he spends a lot of time playing video games, but I hear him laughing and he's having conversations.
Yeah.
And it's kind of cool to see. It feels a little strange because I didn't grow up that way. I mean, I did play video games, but you couldn't talk to anybody. But so that's interesting to hear you say that. And
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, just to circle back to what I said earlier, like we had to pivot. Like libraries have to be what the people need, right? You know, and so that needs to be sort of open-minded in terms of what we're providing. I will say that there's a number of games that are like more physical. Like we've got the giant Connect 4, we've got a ping pong table, we've got a Kerplunk. Like we've got lots of different games, and they all get circulated. Actually, I think the ping pong table has the most circulations. So it works out well when kids, we are a bus stop here. So it works out well when kids come in after school and they've got a lot of pent up energy and it's cold outside and, you know, there's nothing really to do. So when you sort of see those behaviors kind of maybe going one way, you can provide them with a outlet, like, here, check out this toy and, you know, use it here at the library. And it gives them some access to something to get some energy out.
Go ahead, Jasmine.
You know, I was just going to say that's wonderful because sometimes it's really easy to get burdened down by the negativity, to feel like there's a lot of antisocial influences kind of going or circulating throughout the world. So it's nice to have something that really encourages the opposite of that encourages kids to get out there, to interact with each other. And I'm going to pull up a comment for just a second that one of our viewers left a moment ago from Kathy Aventino Patterson. She says, "We love Jen Stewart. She is so knowledgeable and an asset to the community." Thank you for the comment.
Cool.
Yeah. And so I just wanted to check in. So you've been library director for a few months now, and there's been some exciting recent programming. I think there was a kids prom very recently, with the Ansonia Library, and I just wanted to check in with all of that. What sorts of what sorts of initiatives have you been working on since taking the role? What sorts of programming is on the horizon?
Okay, so so we did last weekend do baby prom. That was for the 0 to 5s, and that was full of like the most adorable thing ever. I was like so excited to do that program. We also have entering, you know, America 250, right? So we're fleshing out the programming that we'll be providing for that. We do have a local author who's coming in to do the Haunted Valley is his book. So he's coming in to speak about that and do a presentation about the paranormal in Ansonia and the Naugatuck Valley. So that'll be coming up the end of this month. And then we've got for also adult programming as well. Every month we have a craft night. We just wrapped our breakfast club, which is a breakfast sandwich tasting club. So Jessica Rallis, who's the assistant director here, runs that, and she provides patrons with breakfast sandwiches from different vendors throughout the valley. So that's kind of fun. That'll kick back up in September. So it's a delicious program. And in terms of summer reading is coming up, and this year we're going to do it for adults and children. So parents can model and grandparents can model that, you know, summer reading. We try to do that in conjunction with the public school system. All of our books are labeled according to their reading levels. So it makes it easy for parents, for Ansonia students, to come in and find books that meet their kids' reading level needs. And hopefully we can get the parents and grandparents and aunties and all the adults involved in summer reading this year. Each month we do a Lego club. So that's a fun place for kids for ages 4 to 99 that can come and build to the challenge, depending on what the theme is each month. So we've got I would say the best thing you could do is go to our website and register for our newsletter, and then you can find out every program that we have all month long, each month. So.
Awesome. And it's a wonderfully put together newsletter. I wanted to pull up just one more photo. You were kind enough to send us a whole bunch. I sort of just grabbed a random selection of those and imported them into our system. This is from another of the story times, I believe. You had the Ansonia Fire Department in, right?
Yeah. So every year we collaborate with.
Hey, leave that photo up. Let people get the full, and then Jen can talk over it. Yeah.
Every year we collaborate with the Ansonia Fire Department. They actually do 2 events. They do a Touch a Truck in October for Fire Safety Awareness Month. And this year we added a story time. So it was sort of the story time was during the week, and then the Touch a Truck is on the weekend. So they come, they bring their trucks, they hook up the hose, the kids can spray the water from the hose. So that's kind of a fun thing. Take lots of pictures, climb up on the trucks, and they're a great community partner for us. We love the Ansonia Fire Department here at the Ansonia Library. They've helped us with many things, including we are redoing our clock tower arms. Or hands, I don't know what they're called.
It's all right.
We're doing so they had to come with the bucket truck, and they pulled the digits off of the clock tower. So they're a super great community partner, and we're lucky to have them as friends.
Yeah, and I wanted to check in about the clock tower. It's a beautiful clock tower. I think it gets a lot of love throughout the state. It's I check all of the social media websites every day. And in r/Connecticut, the subreddit, I remember seeing a post a while ago that got a lot of love. That was just saying, "Hey, the Ansonia Library clock tower is beautiful." And I remember that was sort of an ongoing project. So the hands on the clock, or hands or arms or legs, limbs, what have you. They just weren't working for a while, right? And is that still the case? Still sort of a work in progress too?
Yeah, so they just have, their lifespan has expired, and they needed to be recreated. So that's what they're doing now. They're being remade out of cedar, and they're being painted, and then the metal fasteners are being refurbished and redone so that we can reconnect to the clock face. The mechanics of the clock inside, I'm told, are working well. It was merely just the appendages that were not doing what they were supposed to do.
Well, hey, that sounds like good news overall. That sounds like a fixable thing that is in progress. That's great news. It's a beautiful clock tower, and it will be even more beautiful once it's spinning again.
It is, and it's very beautiful. It's so beautiful, in fact, that the Ansonia Police Department used it as part of their badge when they redid their badge. So we do want it to be up and running so that it can reflect the specialty of the gem that the Ansonia Library is.
Yeah, and I wanted to briefly check in and just sort of ask for a status update on the bookmobile. I know this is something that was talked about a little while ago, and then there was a Winnebago, but it also turns out converting a Winnebago into a bookmobile is a whole lot of work and a whole lot of money. I was just wondering, has there been any movement on that, or is it still sort of in the we'll see where it goes?
Well, it is being housed at Public Works right now. As of now, I think just the financial situation that Ansonia is in, there's really no room for it. Additionally, it would be a little bit tricky to staff it. The state had recommended at least 2 people on it at all times. So I think the city needs to decide what the vision is for it, and then we can figure that out. And if they want to run it, we are happy to try to figure it out and see about what we could do. You were right. It was set up to not be a bookmobile. So
it was set up to be a Winnebago, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it was doing like intake for Griffin Hospital. So it's sort of set up for that. And if we were to use it as a resource, obviously it would need to have shelves, and books are heavy and shelves are tricky. So I'm not sure what that would look like. But yeah, it just, there are 5 bookmobiles in the state, and if Ansonia moved forward on it, there would be 6. And so that would be exciting. If we did use that Winnebago, we'd be the smallest town with the biggest bookmobile. So
boom. I'll do one of these.
I love this. I love the sound effects that we get to use once every 2 to 3 hours.
Right. Yeah.
But okay, awesome.
We only have 3.
Right. So thank you for the status update on that. Fingers crossed for you. Fingers crossed for the bookmobile. And I believe recently, I'm just sort of going through things that have happened at the Ansonia Library recently, which is lots to choose from because there's a very active social media presence from the Ansonia Library, which is great. It's great to be able to stay in touch. The newsletter that gets sent out is wonderful. And you can sign up for that from the Ansonia Library website, right? You said earlier?
Yes.
Okay, great. And so as I'm just sort of going through the mental catalog of things that have happened recently, was it just Read Across America Week? Was it library? Rosa DeLauro was in town for something relating to libraries. What was the occasion again? Can you just
So
remind?
that was she visited for National Library Week, and she came and we had a nice luncheon provided by Massimino's. She came and did a tour of the library. I had put in a funding request for the Community Project Fund, which is a federal funding through DeLaura's office. So she wanted to come and kind of see where we would use the money, how we would use the money, and just to tour the library, and also to just celebrate the staff here that work tirelessly every day for National Library Week.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I was wondering, because we were going through our list earlier, is there an affiliated nonprofit for the Ansonia Library? Just because we couldn't find one doing the Great Give this year, and we were wondering, if people want to support the library, what are the best ways to do that?
Yep. So there is a nonprofit. I think next year they will be on the Great Give. It's called FODL, Friends of the Ansonia Library, and they are the fundraising arm. So if anybody is interested in supporting the initiatives at the library, they are welcome to reach out to me directly or to FODL. That is also linked on our website, or even better, to just stop in and visit. We love to see people here in our library. But yeah, FODL works hard to provide additional funding for programs, summer reading, and they often will support. We do a Take Your Child to the Library Day in February, so they will purchase all of the materials that we need for that event, and also they do a nice Sunday bar, so we do ice cream for breakfast at the library for Take Your Child to the Library Day, and they always provide the fixings and everything for that. So
yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. I think that's all of the questions that I had. Eugene, are there any other questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, in general, we talked about the library pivoting and how libraries play a different role than they did like when we were all growing up. This is during the Great Give. How often do you come into contact with like the nonprofit sector here in the Valley? Like where do you cross paths, and what are some examples of you working with some of the nonprofits that may be participating today in the Great Give?
Okay, yeah. So we cross paths almost daily. People come to the library for resources. So whether that resource is a book, whether that's resources, information about finding a job, whether it's, maybe food insecurity, unhoused, people come to the library for resources. So we work closely with BH Care. We have a community resource binder that if somebody has a specific need, we can go into the binder to see what contact is that we can put them in touch for. The reality is that winters are cold and summers are hot, and the library is open, so people will come in to sort of stay warm, and you get to meet people and get to kind of understand where their struggles are, and when they ask for help, we need to be able to provide it to them. So we do partner with BH Care often. Our librarians have gone so far as to call Spooner House to see if there's beds available. I would say we are constantly in contact.
It's
have
important.
A beautiful across the street at the Christ Church. They have a food bank that's open every Tuesday, so we are often telling people about that resource. But yeah, so there's as I said, libraries have had to pivot, and that's one of the places that we're trying to help meet the needs.
And so how long have you been at Ansonia Library total now?
Myself,
Yeah.
this will be my 5th year in
Fifth
August.
year, okay. And you had said earlier you were a teacher. Did you go from teaching right to Ansonia Library? And like, what made? I guess the larger question is why did you decide to make that switch? And I mean, now you've met Kelly Clarkson, so obviously you don't regret it. But like, what?
No. I mean, I do miss the classroom. I taught at the Red Wing Pond House preschool for just about I think I want to say 10 to 12 years. I don't remember. It was the great job. I worked with the Friends of the Ansonia Nature Center. I highly recommend you donate to their cause. I know they're on the Great Give. And so I worked there for a number of years. It was the perfect job for me at the time because I had small children who needed to be, picked up from school and dropped off from school, and the hours worked for me. And as my kids got bigger, I kind of, was ready to do something different. And the previous children's librarian, Janet Fetal, who worked for many years here and did a beautiful job, she had retired and there was an opening, and so I applied, and it was just sort of a nice segue from the classroom and, basically every day throwing a birthday party when you're a preschool teacher into children's librarians. So that happened in 2021, and it was one of the best decisions I made.
Why? How so?
I just love being able to make an impact in the town where I live. I live in Ansonia. We've been here for the last 25 years, and it's wonderful to be able to see your community benefiting from the hard work that you're doing and that all of us are doing. So that's a joy. And just about every person that works at the Ansonia Library lives in Ansonia. So it's nice that we can see the hard work that we're doing and it's being, appreciated by our community.
All right. Those are all my questions, Jasmine. I guess that's
I was just going to throw sort of cherry on top. Talking about the intersection between the library and various nonprofits, one of the greatest ways I think to sort of stay informed of what resources are there and what's going on really is just take a step inside the library and look at all of the like postcards, flyers, things of that nature. And you mentioned there's a community resources binder at the Ansonia Library. So I guess that all just sort of speaks back to the back to what you were saying, Jen, about libraries increasingly becoming sorts of hubs for all sorts of different services throughout the city. That's all of my questions too. Is there anything else you want to touch on before we wrap up?
I would just like to say thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to be able to share the good work that we're doing here. I will say that anybody who comes in to visit the library will be impressed by the beauty and also the kindness of everybody that works here. So I invite you to come. If you have a library card or you haven't renewed books in a long time and they're still out, don't worry. We don't want your money. We just want to see you. So come in. Don't worry. We're fine free. We won't charge you. Come back and see us and say hi, and we'll take it from there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And congratulations on the award. That is pretty cool.
Thank you.
So that was Jen Stewart. Thank you for your time. I am now going to do that awkward part where I throw you out. Sorry about that. But thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
All right. So that was Jen Stewart, the head librarian at, I got to make sure I don't want to ban from Studio StreamYard. Take it easy. Why don't they just say remove? Why does it have to be so they say kick? But yeah, that's pretty cool. And that is a prestigious award.
Right.
So that's cool. I know we got the press release for it. We didn't do a separate story because you probably had some Ansonia meeting that went on for 16,000 hours because that's your job. And it's hard to, cover everything in these communities. And that's why I'm so grateful for the Great Give, because I made a mental note of that. I think we both did. And then we said, okay, let's revisit that during the Great Give. And I'm so glad we did, because that was very informative. And it's one of those things that we can, this is really inside baseball stuff, but some of these interviews we can go back easily, splice them, cut them together, and they're additional sort of content. If, because I know the entire world isn't watching us at this very moment, but that can live on as a story on valleyindy.org.
Right, it's content and it's good content because we don't always get to report on all of the nice and good things that happen. Like it's we do what we can. But
there's two of us, and look, I'll tell you something. I may have mentioned this. I'm an old man, right? So I've been a community reporter since 1998, and Derby and Ansonia, and not to mention Seymour, like they're busy news towns. Like the issues that we deal with and we report on, from finances to you name it, it's got a little bit of everything. I never really felt like a reporter until I got this job in 2009. Not to say I didn't work hard at other places, but man, like Ansonia, Derby, and Seymour, they throw everything at. And so does Shelton, but we used to cover Shelton. I mean, you need a whole Valley Indy just to cover that burgeoning metropolis, but it is great. But so what, there's so much going on all the time. The great give from just our selfish perspective forces us to stop, take a break. All right, we're going to try to get to that ZBA meeting, and we are going to cover it. But like, hold on, we're going to stop and like slow down and bring on real community members to talk about things that maybe we put on as a press release or we glossed over. Or you saw it on Facebook for 5 minutes. So anyway, I'm at that point of the great give where I'm inspired, Jasmine. Jen Stewart inspired me.
Yeah, absolutely. Same. It was great to have her on. Great to have her as a guest. I think I've only talked with her over the phone before. It was great to have a face-to-face conversation. I'm going to bring up a comment real quick from
you got it. Sorry.
From Josh Stewart. Thanks for promoting Jen Stewart, the Ansonia Library, and the Ansonia Fire Department, goats in our community. Yeah, and thank you, Jen Stewart, for coming on. Thank you, Josh Stewart, for the I believe $100 donation earlier. Much appreciated.
Yes.
And
I'm still sorry for giving you that Jackie the Joke Man joke machine that had a leaky battery. I didn't know. It was fine when I gave it to you. He won. And I think it was during one of the great gives. I could be wrong. I don't remember anymore. But when he was on the board of Alderman in Ansonia, he won a Jackie the Joke Man joke machine, which I have been hanging on to since like 1988. And as soon as he got it, the battery leaked. So.
Our bad. But yeah, thank you so much to Jen Stewart for coming on again. Libraries are so cool. They're just good things. It's good when cities have libraries. Hot take.
Yeah, and harder and harder to finance,
Right.
And I think I haven't done any studies, but like there's some old, beautiful library buildings in the Valley. Ansonia Library, it's iconic, Derby Public Library is another one. They were just, I live in Derby and people voted to approve $6.5 million in capital repairs. And some of that included work on the Great Derby Public Library. So yeah. And you can, it's the Great Give. So if you want to support Derby Neck Library, go to the Great Give, type in their name. If you want to support Derby Public Library, go to the Great Give, type in their name, and you can donate because there's 65 local nonprofits, not to mention several hundred that do equally wonderful work all over the greater New Haven area. Because this is the Great Give, an online 36-hour fundraiser that started at 8 a.m. this morning, Wednesday, May 6th, and goes all day, all afternoon, through the night, ends tomorrow at 8 p.m. We are the Valley Independent Sentinel, and we are lucky enough to be one of the participants in this great fundraiser. And we are trying to raise $10,000, which is insane. So, but we appreciate any donations to help the cause, which is simply reporting the news.
Yes. Donate.valleyindy.org if you want to chip in to the Valley Indy. Yeah, that's become sort of our go-to when we run out of things to say. Donate.valleyindy.org. We've been live for...
Until Facebook bans us.
Right.
The algorithm's going to be like, why do these guys keep managing that one? Oh, they're grifters.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
We've been live for 9.5 hours now, something like that. And many more hours to go. Exciting stuff ahead. I think at 6, is that our dinner hour? I think that
yeah,
might
we
be.
said we're going to transition basically that is sort of we're coming to the end of part 2, right?
Wonderful afternoon. Wonderful afternoon full of it was a sort of a blitz, not nonstop. We had right at 2 p.m. we had the Connecticut Hurricanes on to talk about marching and drum and bugle corps, marching band, so on and so forth, and music education and all of that good stuff. We had them on to talk about that. We got to watch a little bit of their show from last year together, and talk about that show. And then at 3 p.m. we played an interview we recorded beforehand with Christina Walton from the Seymour Oxford Food Bank. Just a really wonderful nonprofit that has been dealing with a lot of increased need, along with a lot of the nonprofits who are addressing food insecurity. At 4 p.m., we got to hear in Q&A form from Derby High School's valedictorian and salutatorian. We got to hear from both of them, so that was kind of a nice tone shift. Get to hear what's going on in the schools, just good stuff all around. At 4:30, we had Tanea Henry on from Traveler on a Mission to talk about her organization partners with different food pantries to also stock their shelves with hygiene products. Does a lot of hygiene outreach drives, stuff like that. Has done some recent partnerships with Ansonia schools. And then to round out the afternoon at 5 p.m., we just had here Jen Stewart from the Ansonia Library to talk about a million different wonderful things that the library is doing,
including Kelly Clarkson,
including appearing on Kelly Clarkson. Yes,
I had the video queued. Maybe we can watch it now. But I didn't know if she wanted to watch herself on TV. That's kind of meta. It could be awkward.
Oh, I didn't know if we would get copyright strikes.
Well, yeah, we'd probably be pulled immediately. But I don't know. We're doing okay. The other thing I want to say. Right now is the happy hour double draw during the Great Give. Any organization that gets at least one donation between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. could get an extra $500 or $1,000. So if you're watching this and I don't know, maybe we ran your press release or maybe we covered something that you were interested in, if you would be so kind, you can go to donate.valleyindy.org and donate to the Valley Indy. If you do so now, until 7 p.m., you give us the chance to possibly get another $500 or $1,000. And the money, by the way, it's just general operating fund. We don't have a specific account or budget or program, I'm trying to say, that we're going to use the money for. It just goes to general operations. We're about at this point a $250,000 a year operation. We thanks to Paul Bass and the Online Journalism Project, we have a nice new website, and I can tell you, our traffic is strong on Facebook. And I'll say this number, and Facebook being Facebook, I don't know what they count as whatever, but 1 million views a month on Facebook, 1 million views a month on Facebook for a tiny organization like ours isn't bad. We have a monetized YouTube page now, which meant we had enough subscribers and enough people consuming our content on YouTube. You can join our YouTube page for $3 a month, and we do members only live streams, or we'll do a live stream and then afterward it becomes only accessible behind our friendly paywall. The great thing that I thought would be really enticing for people, but it hasn't, there's also emojis. If you join our YouTube page for $3, in the chat, there's a picture of me during COVID when I had a handlebar mustache and I looked sort of insane. I was. We've got that, I think we have all the town leaders. I think we have to update that because it was about a year ago I did it.
Yeah, because I was going to say.
Where else can you get that? You can make a comment and then you can hit enter and it's a photo of Mayor DiMartino from Derby. Maybe you just want to comment that. Maybe you just want to spam the chat with 100 pictures of COVID era Eugene Driscoll. It's up to you.
And on the other side of it, that's these are ways that you can support us. These are ways that you can help us keep the lights on. And what we do is. We have a paid YouTube page, but our website itself, it's all free. All of the news there is free. It will always be free. We just covered, Gene Falbo-Sosnovich was at the Seymour budget referendum just last night. Eugene was editing that story less than 24 hours ago. And we had those results in by, what was it, 8:15?
I think about 8:15. I think First Selectwoman Dragonis, scooped us. I think she had the results first. I mean, I attribute that to when Gene called me. There was a man screaming in the background. Turned out to be Kurt Miller. I believe he was trying to sabotage Gene's call. So First Selectwoman Dragonis could be the one to tell everybody to stick it to us. But that's okay. That's all right. I get it.
That's okay.
That was that. We had it in about 50 minutes. But then if you came back at 9:30, we had reaction from everybody. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm just kidding. I don't want anybody to, can't really kid. But yeah, we had that. And I actually put a note at the bottom of the story. We're not really, you don't really see this organization touting, by this organization, I mean me and Jasmine. You don't see exclusive slapped on our stuff. You don't see it's not really about promoting stuff because, obviously we should have a lot of exclusives because we're the only reporters left paying attention.
90% of our stories, we could just slap an exclusive.
Yeah, we could do that all the time. That's more of I was brought up to that was more of a TV thing anyway, but I did put some blatant self-promotion at the end of the article. I'm talking about last night's budget story on the town of Seymour. Both budgets were rejected. Talked about this earlier. The next referendum is scheduled for May 19th, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. There's a meeting scheduled for about an hour and change at Seymour Town Hall. Board of Finance is going to take another look at their budget to decide what's what before they send it back out. But I said at the end of it, local news is dying. However, the Valley Independent Sentinel was the only outlet in the state, meaning the state of Connecticut, to cover this vote on deadline.
You could even go further. We were the only news outlet in the world.
On planet Earth. I've thought about doing that sometimes. We're the only people on planet Earth covering this stuff.
Yeah, and that's sort of our mission. That's what we do is we try to give an idea of what is happening in City Hall in Ansonia, Derby, and Town Hall in Seymour. We keep an eye on all of that stuff, as well as we cover fires, breaking news events, all of that. We publish obituaries for free.
We publish the honor rolls.
The honor rolls. Yeah,
we started doing the dean's list, all those traditional things that make up a community newspaper, right? That you should, I don't care what year it is or how everybody's on TikTok, Roblox, Fortnite, what have you. No cap 6-7. We are here doing those old fashioned things. It's still important, I think, because an informed community is a stronger community, and there is a little connection. I love putting the honor rolls up there and then everybody on Facebook, the proud grandparents that get up there and congratulate their kid. That's awesome.
Yes. Speaking of anyone from Ansonia High School, if you're watching this, send us your honor rolls. I think it's around time for those to come in. Let us know. But yeah,
it's gotten, I mean, when we first launched, I reached out to every school and said, hey, we're this thing. I'll put your honor rolls. There's been a lot of turnover in terms of who sends the honor rolls. There's been turnovers. Lots changed just in the 17 years we've been around in terms of superintendents and everything like that. So we should probably, maybe at the end of the school year, make a mental note and reach out to all the schools again at the beginning of the school year. Because, we're kind of, we at this point, we're like, all right, we've been around 17 years. I'm not going to harangue a school every other day to send us the honor rolls, but maybe we should put the word out that we're more than happy to celebrate your students' success.
Right. We do our best. We publish all of the honor rolls that were sent by the school districts.
Right. And then, I've put on Facebook in the comments, because invariably when you it's like snow closings, weather closings. You can put Ansonia Public Schools are closed today. And what are those things called that you bet on now? The future prediction markets?
Like Kalshi and Poly Market, the prediction, prediction markets, I think is what they're called.
Yeah. So I guess a way, I don't know how this great give is going to go. I think we're however many hours into it. I think we're at about 48% of our goal of $10,000, but if we can, here's my idea, right? It's just me and you. I've turned off the live stream.
We're still live.
No, we're not. We're going to do a thing where next winter when Ansonia closes, we're going to lay bets, a couple of $1,000 as to what the first comment will be, right? We got to find Polymarket or crypto or whatever you're talking about, or Roblox, and we're going to place a bet, because I guarantee you, the first comment will be like, what about Derby, right? Because that's the way of Facebook, right? So
now you're running into the problem of prediction markets, though, because if we both bet on that, then it has 100% odds because we both betted on it. So our return will be 1-to-1. We'll just get back the same exact money.
I didn't go to Yale. I don't know what you're talking about.
We won't make money off of the bet. It's a great idea.
Listen, yeah, we'll get arrested and we'll go to jail, but I'm just saying, it's just an idea I'm throwing out there in terms of revenue streams, right? You know, we did. Hey, look,
diversify our revenue through fraudulent prediction markets.
On a serious note, like in terms of, look, we're not business people, right? We're ham and egger, low level reporters who love what we do and are fortunate enough to be working for an organization that's sort of Shangri-La for local journalists. You know, there's no real BS we get from like management. There's nobody telling us how to write a story or to influence anything we write. It's total true independence. A hand to God.
You're looking at the writers and editors, and then Jean Falba Sosnovich off camera.
Right. Who's become our development person. I think we're going to have to give her a new title because she's out there through text messaging, scrounging up donations for us. Very much appreciated, Jean Falba Sosnovich.
The stories I write, Eugene edits. The stories Eugene writes, I usually edit. And the stories that Jean writes, either one or both of us will take a look at those.
Yeah.
And that's the entire editing chain.
Right. Yeah. So let me just finish my thought. All I was trying to say was that in 2025, or was it 2024? When was the municipal election? Was that November 2024.
The city election?
Yeah.
Like for mayor and stuff.
Yeah.
2025.
Okay. Sorry. We did the best in sponsored posts we've ever done. You know, and those were like $99 posts. So we are seeing like, and we're still talking a very small amount of money. But the fact that we're able to do that was encouraging. It looks like we're going to be running legal notices for one of our communities. That's very encouraging. So there is, because one of the things that goes on, or that we determined here when we had a nonprofit consultant come in and they were trying to like, okay, what does the Valley Indy have to do to be sustainable? And they kind of said, you're not going to generate revenue from the local businesses. Like the old way of supporting a local news site is dead. You're always going to have to do things that are unusual, like the Great Give, like we're doing today. That's why this is so important. And then applying to community foundations and things like that, and hope they, are still able to support us whilst, trying to do these other things to increase revenue. It's definitely not easy. It's if you look at local news, I mean, it is nothing but bad. It's just kind of crazy. So it is what it is. I'm just thinking my Twitter feed now. I mean, Twitter's kind of nuts. My Twitter feed, I mentioned this the other day, is entirely like reporters complaining about the state of the industry. And I'm just trying to like retweet them. But hey, you can help us, donate.valleyindy.org. I'm trying to repurpose it. I'm like, we're still here. There was the one, I think there was one that made the rounds on Twitter. I think it was an Associated Press post where there's a photographer who's going around and he's documenting local newspapers as they shut down, and small ones like this, like the Evening Sentinel, right? Because all this happened in the Valley in the 90s. Like the Valley was way ahead of the Media is Dead tour. So, and it was, I think the New York Times might have tweeted, I don't know, but somebody said, you might think that life as a journalist is glamorous. I'm like, who thinks that? What are you talking about? So, and then I retweeted that and I was just like, we ain't dead yet. Donate.valleyindy.org. Donate.valleyindy.org. We got stuff going on. We're still waiting for Seymour and Ansonia to pass a budget. Hold on.
We're still alive.
Put your camera down, dude.
We're hanging in there.
Yeah. And look, all right, so we should check.
We're doing some very old-fashioned community news in a very new world.
That's right. All right. So there's a day, 2 hours and 11 minutes left in the Great Give. Let's go to, we haven't done the leaderboards in a while, right? Checking in on the leaderboards.
Oh, it's been hours. Yeah, we should check in on those.
So I keep doing the wrong thing. Invite guests to the studio. I don't want to do that. I want to share the screen. I want to go to the leaderboards. Great Give. Check that out. Iris Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services has raised $47,000.
And this is just for context for the Great Give. This is, as said earlier, this is for the entire greater New Haven area. So, so there are a lot of Valley nonprofits on here, but not a lot of them are in the New Haven area as well. But
what are you trying to say, Jasmine? They're not as good as New Haven? Who are you?
Well, no, I was providing context.
We got the boys and girls of Greater New Haven in there, and I'm gonna scroll down looking for some Valley, some of our neighbors who might be in there. Let's see. Still going. I'm at 31. I know usually the one that pops up first is Griffin Hospital.
Griffin Hospital, there they are.
$12,428. They had 46 donors. Congratulations to Griffin Hospital. Adams House, a frequent past guest based out of Shelton, and that's an organization that helps families, offers bereavement services and programs for kids, family members who lost a loved one. They've had 80 donors so far. And then the Boys and Girls Club of the Lower Naugatuck Valley, right? The annual fair starts tomorrow. The carnival starts Thursday at I don't know what time anyway. And I don't know about the wristbands. All right. I don't have all the info about the wristbands. I'm sorry.
They've raised $11,000 or $11,701.
League of Women Voters Education Fund. I don't really know what that is, but let's see. So I'm still going. Center Stage. They are Great Give veterans. They're like the Randy Couture of the Great Give. You know, the great heavyweight boxer. I'm sorry, not boxer. A UFC champion who came back and won it even when he was in his 40s. One of the greats. Center Stage Theater, $8,000. 61 donors. That is very cool. BH Care. They have a presence, especially in Ansonia. When we were at 158 Main Street on the 4th floor with the good folks at BH Care. They have offices in Ansonia. They're very active in Derby as well. And they've raised $7,175 so far with 34 donors. That is cool to see. Cornell Scott Hill Health Center. They have offices on Wakely Avenue. $6,800 approximately, 43 donors. Cardi, right? Cardi coming in here like, I don't know, the junkyard dog, right? Fan favorite.
I'm doing well.
Yeah. $6,554 with 51 donations. Pretty good. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Shop and Food Bank. I have a pre-taped interview with Remy, their executive director. I think it's tomorrow.
I think we're kicking off tomorrow with it, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, so it'll be maybe 9 a.m., short video. That's very cool. We got the Judo Club. Then we got Spooner House, right? That's our emergency family shelter located within the city limits of Shelton. We'll have Susan Agame on tomorrow at 10 a.m. They've raised $5,568.38 donors. I almost said cents, but that's not what I meant. And then, all right, Valley Independent Sentinel, 88. I think we've moved down a little bit. Listen, you just got to get us, look, we got to get ahead of Gather New Haven, or Lost in New Haven, right? These are too many New Havens, 83 and 84. They don't need to be two New Havens in a row. So what we have to do, people, is move up. We got to break the 5,000 mark right now so we can break that up a little bit. There's too many New Havens in
More
there.
Valley.
So $4,864, which is totally awesome. Thank you very much. 53 donors. All right, if I keep going down, there's a lot, as you can see this. Apple, is that Shelton Robotics? I'm not sure. Girl Scouts of Connecticut. I mean, there's Connecticut Hurricanes Drum and Bugle Corps, $3,480, 35 donors. Not too shabby. They were our guests earlier this afternoon. Jasmine did that interview pretty much by herself. Bethany Land Trust. We got the Valley United Way, right? $3,000 with 8 donors. They do tons and tons and tons of stuff. We're now Diaper Bank of Connecticut. Valley Shakespeare Festival. We kicked off this morning at 9 a.m. with Tom Simonetti who is the founder, and I guess is he the executive director? I'm not sure of his exact title, but anyway, he's the great guy from the Valley Shakespeare Festival, and they're to be doing performances this week at Derby Neck Library, I believe tomorrow night, Tom said. And then they're going to Center Stage Theater, and Derby Neck Library Association is right there, $2,370 with 14 donors. That is really cool. That's my and I guess full disclosure, my wife is on the board of directors there, but she doesn't talk to me about anything, so I don't have any inside information. And I mean, any subject. She's stopped talking to me a couple of years ago when our insurance claim started. You know, did I tell you about my insurance claim that's been going on since 2023, Jasmine?
No, I don't think I've heard anything about it at all.
Oh, yeah,
the last
it's
2 years.
awesome. Well, Seymour Oxford Food Bank, $1,930. Right, they were a guest earlier. We did a pre-tape interview. Jasmine did. Team Inc. Right, the great Team Inc. They just had their big cooking event. Just like 2 weeks ago, right? Or maybe it was mid-April. Maybe it was a month ago at this point.
I think it was within the last 2 weeks. Yeah, I could also be wrong, but it feels recent.
And you just, as we scroll down, I mean, you're talking, you know, there's the Shelton Robotics Club. You're talking, we're now close to 200 participants. So if you go Traveler on a Mission, who Jasmine just had on during part 2, what was that, 4:30?
4:30. Mm-hmm.
Right
before Jen Stewart.
Right before Jen Stewart. There you go. So still going down. I mean, I'm starting to fall down into the hole of scrolling right here. But and also what's great is you can read about every one of these. If you're not sure what one is, you can read about it by just collecting it. Shelton Historical Society, right? That's another Valley organization. Shelton CT Gals Alumni Association. Just a whole bunch of different nonprofits and worthy causes. Master's Table Community Meals, our pals, right? We go back years with them. They've raised $1,000 with 15 donors. And we had Vinny, their former head chef, on talk about how they're moving to Shelton to do their community meals pickups, and talked about their involvement in the Ansonia school system with the Food to Kids program. We're also going to have the Seymour version of Food to Kids on tomorrow. So there you see people donating to the great Master's Table community meals. So I guess just this, while I'm here, I'll check in with us, even though I think I just said it, didn't I? But maybe we have some thank yous to give out, right? So 49%, we're just about at the halfway mark, halfway to $10,000, $4,864 earned. Thank you so much. We've had 53 donors. Thank you very much to each and every person that supported the Valley Indy. Go to donate.valleyindy.org. You get our story, right? We're 17 years old. That's insane. We're trying to raise 10 grand. That's insane. And then we talk about, but we also use this as a way to support the whole Great Give and other nonprofits that are participating. And then we brag a little bit. We won 50 awards, now 53 or 54.
54.
It's now 54 as of yesterday.
Yes, we just, I think they announced them late Monday, and we found out about it yesterday morning. We got 4 more awards from the Connecticut chapter of the Society of Professional
Sufferable Bastards podcast.
Oh, I pressed the wrong one. That would have, that would have been embarrassing. I was trying to do a pow, and that would have been F-bomb. Sorry about that. It didn't happen off that. But this is it. I had to do that.
There we go.
So, and that talks about what we do. There's 2 reporters. You're looking at them, and there's a freelance writer, Jean. She called in earlier. Right. So we won. So we got the Stephen Collins Award in 2024. That was pretty cool. And that was for that freedom of information section that we have, Your Right to Know, on our homepage. And so we made it a point when we launched in 2009 to concentrate on FOI type issues. And so we've done that. We've definitely done that. So if we look at some of our recent donors, there's Rosalie and Richard Averill. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. Thank you for your $25. And then we have some people we thanked early. Albert Misowitz, $200. Thank you so much. Don Smith, $250. Thank you very much. Patricia Bruder, $200. Dawn Pastore, we have an anonymous donation. Dominic Thomas, Chrissy Waringer, Susan Falbo, Makani, thank you very much. And Josh Stewart, who was in the comment section just earlier when we had his wife on to talk about the Ansonia Library, not the Ansonia Public Library, the Ansonia Library.
Which is public, but is named the Ansonia Library.
Right, and it's one of those things. I think I learned that because I put Ansonia Public in a story, and I believe it was Patty Villers who messaged me, and it's just like, hey, it's Ansonia Library, not Ansonia Public, which is, hey, that's editing. That's the, I appreciated that. It always stuck with me. The other one that stuck with me is I had she was a copy editor at the weekly I worked at, the Patent Trader newspaper in Mount Kisco, New York, Rachel Paradise. And she wrote me a note. I don't mean to be a B word, but cannot is one word. And that it was on my desk like my entire time at that newspaper. So.
And I believe here in a moment, we're coming up on our dinner hour, but what do we have going on after that?
After dinner, Jasmine, it's 6 o'clock. We got to get out here and get some food.
Because right at 7 p.m.
Oh, yeah. This is gonna. Well, let me just mention this. I might have already done this, but we are doing right now happy hour double draw. So I think Rosalie, that $25 donation, I believe, got us now into the running. We have a chance now. Anyone that gives at least one donation between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. could get an extra $500 or $1,000. So if you're looking to support the Valley Indy, now is a time to do it at donate.valleyindy.org.
And additional donations help because they increase our odds of getting
right. Yeah, because it's like it's drawn out of a hat essentially, right? So the more donations you have, the better your chances are of walking away with a couple of extra gifts, as they say. But yeah, so we're gonna go. We're gonna kill this stream. And then I'm immediately going to start up another stream so we don't violate YouTube's or Facebook's streaming policy. And then at 7 p.m., we're going to have, it's going to be, I don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to tell you that right now. But at 7 p.m., we're going to have Valley News Trivia. So I came up with, I think, 6 questions that were from our archives. And we're going to ask a question. And we're going to give like 3 minutes for people to call in. The first caller who gives us the right answer will win a Valley Indy coffee mug. The coffee mugs, there's one right there. Jasmine has one. They're nice.
Let me get it in the light.
They're nice. They don't, I have one too, but it's got like coffee stains on it. Oh, wait, that doesn't really work. Yeah, look, hey, look, it says our name. It has our logo. And that's that. And they're rapidly becoming collector's items because I think I bought those like 10 years ago and we're finally starting to, the supply is dwindling. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got like 7 here. So I think we have 6 questions, and that's how it'll work. Will it work? I'm not making any guarantees. I tried to make the questions easier than last year because last year we did it, and then we would judge by when you put the comment in our Facebook thing. But that was a little problematic because there was like a delay, and if your screen wasn't refreshing, so. It was a little wacky. And then nobody was getting, only Tom Harbinson won from what I remember. It was like he won. He was the only one that got questions right. So I've tried to make them a little easier, I hope, but I don't know. So that's coming up at 7 o'clock. So we're going to grab dinner right now. So thank you everybody for your support thus far. If you want to support the Valley Indy, it's donate.valleyindy.org. And we will be back. The stream is immediately going to go back up, but you won't see our faces on it until roughly 7 o'clock. So good night. God bless.
Thank you all so much.